Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Can you please call the matter into the record, Erin?
Today is the 22nd of November, calling the matter of live Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Thank you very much. Miss Marriott? We were told that the next witness is Miss Nongeba Cynthia Senelo.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Where is the witness?
Good morning, my lady.
Yes. That we're busy with the previous witness, Mosenogi. I'm not sure whether that is still the case.
Good morning, my lady, if I can address you.
Yes, before you do that, I thought Mr. Mosenogi has been excused.
Then it's perfectly fine. Thank you, my lady.
Am I correct to say he has been excused? According to my records, my recollection tells me that he has been excused.
You are correct, my lady.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Can I hear you, Miss Mboweni?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the witness is with me. She will be giving her evidence from our offices. My lady, I just wanted to confirm with you whether it is in order that the manner in which the evidence has been given in the past will still persist, where the witness will give her evidence. She will be cross-examined by my colleagues, and I will then in the end, I will re-examine my witness.
I think that is how everybody prefers it to be done. The evidence leader will first lead the witness, and then from there, the others will follow. I think that's how it has been done. That is correct, my lady. That is how I will also then proceed. My lady, I will then switch on the camera for the witness. Is the witness, will the evidence leader be able to lead the witness from your offices? Yes, she will be switching on her camera now, my lady. She's with me. I'm with her. Okay, all right. Thank you, my lady.
Sorry, my lady, just before the witness can be sworn in, it's Advocate Sibara. Advocate Makani will be doing cross-examination for this witness. I'll be like the Vatican observing, my ladies.
Okay, thank you very much. The full names of the witness? Can you hear me, Miss Nele? I can't hear you.
The witness is on mute, my lady.
I don't even see it here. You appear to be on mute. Can you please unmute yourself? Ms. Mboweni, can you please help us?
Good morning, Judge. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Irene, just before you start, Judge, can you give us your full names, ma'am?
I'm Nongeba Cynthia Senelo.
Let her take oath. Irene, let the witness take the oath, please.
Ms. Sinelo, do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, no objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Witness is Sonny.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. Just for clarification purposes, Advocate Late placed this witness statements again on case lines. We're going to start with the first statement, A30. That's case lines page 661 to 665. And then the annexures to that statement,
Yes.
are on page 34834 to 35011.
Page 34834 to
35011.
Yes.
Then there's a second statement. It's marked A16. That's on case lines, page 503 to 512.
Yes.
And then there's a duplication of a statement on pages 513 to 522. We're not going to use that.
Okay.
Mrs. Sanelu, do you have your first statement on page 661 before you to follow?
Yes,
On
I
case
do.
line.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'll start reading that into record.
Just a second. I still want to get the statement.
As the court pleases.
Esidimeni. Oh, this is the references statements here.
Page 661, my lady.
Yes. You may proceed.
Thank you. I, the undersigned, Nonseba Cynthia Sanelu, do hereby make an oath and state as follows. I, Nonseba Cynthia Sanelu, an adult female with your ID number, and employed by the Gauteng Department of Health as Deputy Director, Mental Health Directorate. I'm currently located. You provided an address with a contact number. I was appointed to this position in 2009. The contents recorded here are within my personal knowledge and are both true and correct. My next report compiled Gauteng 2014 to 2020 Strategic Plan, Health Advance Institute, in brackets HAI, close bracket report, NGO linkages to clinics and allocated NGO audit reports, which should be incorporated to my statement. I'm a qualified psychiatric nurse within Mental Health Directorate, and the responsibilities delegated to me include overseeing clinics in relation to mental health in the entire Gauteng province. I was directly reporting to Dr. Mkhabu Manamela, who is the Director of Mental Health Directorate, but currently on suspension. I became involved in Gauteng Life Esidimeni LE termination project due to the fact that the mental health patients falls within the directorate. I was roped in to assist, though I was not issued with a delegation letter. Gauteng Health Department had a contract with Life Esidimeni for 38 years, of which mental health patients were placed at Life Esidimeni facilities for further care. treatment and rehabilitation from the department facilities. The department is guided by a National Strategic Plan 2013 to 2020 and a Mental Health Care Act number 17 of 2002 in rendering mental health care services. The Gauteng Department of Health also came up with a Strategic Plan 2014 to 2020, which was aligned to the national one. According to this plan, Life Esidimeni was supposed to reduce the bed occupancy rate by 200 on a yearly basis for the following 5 years, and simultaneously the department had to ensure the upscaling of community services. Copy of the Gauteng Strategic Plan is attached as per NCS 1. The Life Esidimeni project was undertaken after receiving a report of a survey conducted by Health Advance Institute, HAI, that was requested by senior management of the department to assess and cost mental health services provided by Life Esidimeni facilities, that is attached as per NCS 2. I, together with my colleagues, were informed by Dr. Manamela that the former MEC, Ms. Lindani Mhlangu, has announced termination of the contract due to challenges regarding cost and failure of Life Esidimeni to implement decision taken to reduce the beds further by 20% by April 2015. We were informed that LE has been given 6 months notice as per the service level agreement commencing from October 2015 to 31st of March 2016. We were further informed that the tender process will unfold in order to give opportunities to new service providers for placement of mental health care users. I and my colleagues raised an objection as to why can't the Directorate stick to the strategic plan, and was informed by Dr. Manamela that the decision has already been taken and it's the mandate that should be implemented. There were teams established to assist with the assessments of patients at Life Esidimeni after the departmental clinicians had objected to be sent to Life Esidimeni facilities for that purpose. On the 6th of April 2016, I was sent by Dr. Manamela to visit Waverley facility to check how many patients were placed there before being allocated to assist in facilitating transfer of users from Life Esidimeni. I came back and reported to Dr. Manamela that there were a total of 601 patients. On the 11th of June 2016, myself and Dr. Sophie Linkwani were delegated to Waverley LE in order to assist in fast-tracking the placement of patients into NGOs and hospitals, because Dr. Manamela indicated that LE staff have shown reluctance in discharging or placing mental health care users to other facilities, thus delaying the process further. Thus, we were to be actively involved. The initial due date was 31st of March 2016, given for the termination of the contract. Was not met, leading to the extension of 3 more months. Dr. Manamela told us that if we don't go there to help LE staff to speed up the process, we will not be able to reach the target by the 30th of June 2016, which is the expected termination date. And also the department has won the court case following the dispute lodged by LE. Dr. Gail Urek from Life Esidimeni provided us with a list indicating the number of patients, medications, profile and functionality of the patients. The list was to be used as a guideline to indicate as to whether the patients can be transferred either to an NGO, hospital, or be discharged to their families. We then further assessed the patients utilizing our own nursing experience and expertise. We were also working and guided by LE staff who knew patients for years. That is why we were able to determine that some patients that were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs were actually not fit to be sent there, but rather to hospitals due to the functionality, resistant to treatment and continuity of chronic care. According to the plan developed by Dr. Manamela, the Waverley patients were supposed to be transferred out by the 31st of May 2016 and Randfontein and Rand West by 30 June 2016. We worked at Waverley LE until 31st of May 2016, and of the 55 remaining patients that could not be placed, 70 were transferred to Baneng, 38 to Rand West, which were both LE facilities. We kept on telling Dr. Manamela that the project was being rushed, and she would indicate that we should implement it as it is a mandate from the MEC and it is an unusual situation. We also indicated that there were not enough NGOs to accommodate the patients. We were also provided with a list of NGOs and hospitals indicating the number of beds in order to manage the placements. We ensured that the patients were transferred with a file that included recent medical history, periodical report and medication. The patients sent to NGOs were given medication for 28 in brackets 28 days, and those sent to hospitals were given medication for 7 in brackets 7 days. The initial patients that were transferred were to Tshepong NGO in Tshwane and Anani NGO in Esidimeni, and were transferred with medication lasting only 7 in brackets 7 days, and we raised concerns, and this was later addressed. The patients to Tshepong were transported with a military bus arranged by the NGO, and most of the users were reported by EMS Planned Patients Transport, PPT. The list of available NGO beds were mostly in Tshwane district. I kept raising a concern during our directorate meetings, especially regarding the transfer of most patients to Tshwane NGOs, that we will be putting a strain on the local clinics, but my concerns were not entertained. A request was sent to district office for NGOs to be linked with clinics in order to be in a position to cater for the patients should a need arise and for purpose of providing patients with prescription medication and assessment by doctors. Copy of NGO linkages of all districts is attached as per NCS 3. It was, however, the NGO's responsibility to take patients for follow-up and assessment to local clinics in order to arrange medication before it is finished. On the 20th of July 2016, after placements were finalized, I and Dr. Sophie Linkwani requested by Dr. Manamela to visit Precious Angels NGO in Tshwane district to monitor the facility. Inspections were conducted at the above NGO. The audit tool was not utilized, but a report was compiled with my inputs and signage by Dr. Sophie Linkwani, dated the 20th of July 2016, and attached as NCS 4. Due to the findings that were not suitable to human habitation at Precious Angels and Musalo Street at Pretoria, I personally contacted and informed Dr. Manamela about the challenges and recommended that the facility to be closed as a matter of urgency. The recommendations regarding Precious Angels were not taken into consideration by Dr. Manamela at that stage, instead sent other officials to go and verify. The whole process was frustrating as our suggestions were not being taken into consideration. On the 16th of September 2016, after the deaths were reported by Dr. Manamela, requested by myself, Hannah Jacobus and Rochelle Gordon to go and inspect the place at Tiger Valley in Linwood Road, Pretoria, with a view of relocating Precious Angels from the 2 houses where most deaths occurred. At that stage, there were no patients at that place. I'm not aware as to whether a license was issued for the facilities. I compiled a report regarding the inspection for the facility and attached it as per NCS 5. Dr. Manamela from time to time would remind us that it was a mandate and we had to comply. We complied as we had no choice and we were working under fear and very stressful environment. On the 26th of September 2016, as a decision was taken by Dr. Manamela for me to be part of the team to adopt NGOs for support purposes. I initially objected and informed Dr. Manamela that it was the duty of the district office, but she insisted. The following NGOs were allocated to me for adoption, attached as NCS 6. Anchor Sharma, this NGO was later delegated to Dr. Sophie Linkwani, Ubuhle Binkosi, and Tshepong. I ultimately agreed on condition that the district office coordinators will accompany us. I, with 20 district coordinators, visited the above NGOs except Sharma and compiled reports regarding our findings. Copy of the reports are attached as per NCS 7. In conclusion, I confirm that I have made available all documents that at this stage within my possession. I believe that I have substantially complied with the SAPS in the investigation, and then she just confirmed the contents of the statement and so forth. Now, Mrs. Sanelu, do you confirm that you signed this statement at all relevant pages, and especially on page 664?
Yes, I do.
And do you confirm that the statement was also commissioned by a Commissioner of Oaths?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll go to the second statement. That's page 503 on case lines. Please indicate to me when you have that statement before you. 503.
Yes, I have found it.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll read it into record. I, the undersigned, Nonseba Cynthia Sinelu, do hereby make an oath and state as follows. I, Nonseba Cynthia Sinelu, an adult female with your ID number, with a residential address and contact number. I was previously appointed by Gauteng Department of Health Directorate Mental Health, and the responsibilities delegated to me include overseeing clinics in relation to mental health in the entire Gauteng province. I was directly reporting to Dr. Mokgabo Manamela, who is the former Director of Mental Health Directorate. In one of the meetings, we were informed by Dr. Manamela of a termination of Life Esidimeni contract by Gauteng Department of Health, and apparently a notice had already been served to LE. The letter had been drafted by Dr. Manamela and signed by Dr. Celebano as the former HOD Health. It is a normal procedure that the director is responsible for a certain project draft a letter and then send to the HOD for signature. I became part of the project team due to the fact that the mental health patients falls within the directorate. I was part of the project team, but basically roped in to implement the project. I'm aware of the National Policy Framework and Strategic Plan 2013 to 2020, as well as the Mental Health Care Act number 17 of 2002. In rendering mental health care services, each province was expected to develop its own strategic plan in line with the National Policy Framework. Therefore, Gauteng Department of Health also came up with a strategic plan 2014 to 2020, which was aligned to the national one. According to this plan, Life Esidimeni was supposed to reduce the bed occupancy rate by 200, in brackets 200, only on a yearly basis for the following 5 years, and simultaneously the department had to ensure the upscaling of community services. One of the activities in accordance with the Gauteng strategic plan was to reduce Life Esidimeni beds by 200, in brackets 200 per year. By the end of financial year 2014-2015, Life Esidimeni apparently had not met the target of reducing the beds by 200, in brackets 200. Dr. Manamela then informed us in our Monday meetings that former MEC Ms. Gwendana Mhlangu has given Life Esidimeni a mandate of reducing beds by a further 20% on top of the 200. Life Esidimeni then lodged a dispute regarding a further reduction of patients. We then had a meeting with the South African Society of Psychiatrists to inform other stakeholders on the 21st of September 2015. The minutes regarding the reduction of beds dated 21st of September 2015 is attached as per NCS 1. When Dr. Manamela came back from one of the meetings with the former MEC, she gave us feedback about the termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni and that the letter had already been sent out. According to her, the reason for the termination was that there is a clause in the service level agreement that stipulates that Life Esidimeni was not supposed to keep patients for a long period of time, and that because of the fact that patients were stable, chronic, it had a financial burden on the department. Dr. Manamela had already prepared a project plan with my name appearing as an implementer of the project. A 6-month notice was served to Life Esidimeni, and apparently the decanting of patients was not happening. Dr. Manamela paired me with Dr. Sophie Lingwane to Waverley LE facility in order to fast-track the discharge and facilitate the placement of users. She informed us that by the 31st of May 2016, all the users at Waverley must have been discharged. There were about 601 users at that facility. Dr. Gail Ure from Life had prepared a name list of users on a spreadsheet with recommendations as to where the patients have to be discharged to. We were also involved in assisting the Life Esidimeni team after the professional team have assessed the patients, being guided by the list prepared by Dr. Gail Ure in order to determine where the patients were to be discharged to. I've got a recollection of facilities where all 601 were sent to. Tipong and Rebaifeni, both in Tshwane districts, were some of the NGOs that received patients from Waverley. Such NGOs were audited based on the environment and bed capacity at the time, as there were no patients. Frans Tobani and Hannah Jacobus were delegated to identify the readiness of the NGOs to accommodate patients. They would give us feedback in our Monday meetings on the readiness of the NGOs and indicate the category of patients to be placed. Most patients from Waverley were placed at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre, Sterkfontein and Westkoppies hospitals. On the 31st of May 2016, patients that were not placed from Waverley were taken to Baneng and Randfontein as the facilities was closing down. As I was involved in assisting Waverley staff, all patients who were placed were checked and assessed physically by both staff from NGOs and Waverley, and those transferred left Waverley in a satisfactory condition, and we also liaised with laundry people to provide them with clean clothes and shoes. The first batch of patients discharged went with community referral forms together with medication and prescription. We made a request that at least the latest periodical report of the patient be made available. All the patients were discharged with medication, and we never received reports about a medication being expired, as we were verifying that in the presence of the district coordinators. In Tshwane, it was Rochelle Gordon and Mr. Mkhale. Before patients were discharged, we were informed that the NGOs were licensed and ready. We were not responsible for licensing. After the placement, I visited the 3 houses of Rebafeni, and my feeling was that they should not have received patients, and there was no proper care at the NGOs, was not capacitated and also not compliant. In one of the houses, there were still renovations in process, and as such, patients' lives were put at risk. Such findings were reported to Dr. Manamela. The other house was a double story and was not properly secured. There was also no stimulation program for the users, and patients were not occupied and walking around in all 3 houses. There was absolutely no program for rehabilitation. The owner of Rebafeni, Sandra Tema, when presenting in a meeting in Johannesburg, gave an overview of the services they will be rendering that includes availability of rehabilitation programs, but this was not the case when the facility was visited after placement of patients. On the 26th of September 2016, a decision was taken by Dr. Manamela for me to be part of the team to adopt NGOs for support purposes. I initially objected, informed Dr. Manamela that this was the duty of the district office, but she insisted. The following NGOs were allocated to me for adoption: Anchor, Shama, this NGO was later delegated to Dr. Sophie Lengwani, Ubuhle Binkosi, and Sepong. I ultimately agreed on conditions that the district office coordinates will accompany us. I, with 20 district coordinators, visited the above NGOs except Shama and compiled reports regarding our findings. Anchor House was visited regularly as an adopted NGO and apparently was sharing premises with Shia Badinga NGO, but when started to visit the NGO, Shia Badinga was officially taken over by Cullinan Centre Management. Anchor House had a psychiatric nurse who was responsible for medication. Most patients I found there were discharged from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre and not from Life Esidimeni. The place was generally in a good state. I also regularly visited Ubuhle Binkosi, and the situation was bad at first, but together with the Tshwane district staff, we assisted them and advised them to decrease beds as patients. For purpose of rehabilitation, the facility was advised to utilize the main hall, which was within walking distance from the sleeping quarters. It was difficult to sustain this arrangement due to shortage of staff in the facility, and as a result, they could not diligently continue with rehabilitation programs developed by the district occupational therapist, thus patients would be found loitering. I also visited Precious Angels in Pretoria after the placement in the company of Dr. Sophie Lengwani before the deaths were reported, and what we found there was a disaster. The place was not right and patients were not having recreational facilities. Adult patients were placed in cot beds meant for children. There was also no evidence of that patients were provided with food, as there were absolutely no food except for 2 cabbages in the fridge. I was also surprised to see patients that were recommended to be placed at CCRC in that NGO and do not have knowledge as to how they ended up there. There were only 3 care workers looking after about 18 patients. I then immediately called Dr. Manamela informed her about the condition and recommended that the patients be moved immediately. Dr. Manamela indicated that she will send the other team to verify our findings. Patients were overleft in that condition, and our recommendation was not taken into consideration. According to my knowledge, there were a number of researches conducted
Can't hear.
My lady? We'll just wait for the judge to join again. My lady? You are muted.
I just wanted to check because I think there was a problem. There was bad connectivity from my side. I don't know whether you also had the same problem.
I don't know, my lady.
Because I just didn't hear you as you were reading, and then from there I had to rejoin. Yes, but you were on paragraph 5 of the statement. Let me just check where you were.
Thank you.
Yes, you were at the beginning of paragraph 5 where she said she also visited Precious Angels. You can take it from there.
Okay, thank you, my lady. I also visited Precious Angels in Atteridgeville after the placement in the company of Dr. Sophie Lenkwani before the deaths were reported, and what we found there was a disaster. The place was not right and patients were not having recreational facilities. Adult patients were placed in cot beds meant for children. There was also no evidence of that patients were provided with food, as there were absolutely no food except for 2 cabbages in the fridge. I was also surprised to see patients that were recommended to be placed at CCRC in that NGO and do not have knowledge as to how they ended up there. There were only 3 care workers looking after about 18 patients. I then immediately called Dr. Manamela and informed her about the condition and recommended that the patients be moved immediately. Dr. Manamela indicated that she will send the other team to verify our findings. Patients were overleft in that condition and our recommendation was not taken into consideration. According to my knowledge, there were a number of researches conducted internationally regarding deinstitutionalization, and the National Strategic Plan encompassed such researches. The plan was to ensure that the NGOs are ready and fully compliant, but in this project it was not being followed. We were always concerned about the fact that the strategic plan was not being followed, and Dr. Manamela would always tell us that the former MEC wanted to see patients being discharged at the end of June 2016. Personally, I was concerned that the project was rushed due to the fact that community services were not in a state of readiness. All the concerns were raised by with Dr. Manamela on Monday meetings, and she would write a report and send it to the MEC. She would always say that the MEC does not want to hear about concerns but want to see action. Dr. Manamela was always domineering and did not want to listen to us. We asked her that the money that was spent at Life Esidimeni should follow the patients, and I personally wrote a motivational letter to the Chief Financial Officer for a signature requesting for startup funds for the new NGOs with motivation, but the letter was never signed. I'm not aware as to whether Dr. Manamela was informing the former MEC about our challenges and concerns. She would always tell us that this was a mandate from the MEC and that we had to do it. I was also concerned as to why so many patients were sent to Tshwane district, and the explanation I got was that the coordinators from each district were not cooperative. Frans Tobani and Hannah Jacobus indicated that it was easy for them to convince people in Tshwane as they previously worked in that district. My concern was placing many patients in Tshwane was going to put a strain on the community health centres. The Tshwane district was also involved in the placement of patients and doing follow-ups, but they were however overworked. Lastly, I believe that if the program of deinstitutionalization was followed by upgrading community service first for patients to get medication, all this should have been avoided. Then again, I now understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection of taking the oath and consider it binding on my conscience, which has been signed. Ma'am, I just want to confirm again. Do you confirm that you initial each page of your statement and fully sign it on page 6 of your statement? Case line number 508.
I do.
Thank you. And you confirm that it has been also commissioned by a Commissioner of Oaths?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. My lady, I don't know whether the court wishes for the annexures also to be read into record. I'm sure my colleagues can use them when
there's no need to read the annexures into the record, yes.
As the court pleases, then I have no further questions for the witness.
Okay. Are you going to hand in the statements or that will be done at a later stage?
Thank you, my lady. I think we can hand both statements into record. I'm just not sure as to what
the number of the exhibits.
Yes.
I can't remember. What was the last exhibit?
I'm not sure about the previous witness, my lady. If my colleagues
okay,
can
Mr. Van Bergen will assist us. Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, my recollection, but it may be incorrect, is that it was F1 and F2 for Mr. Mosenogi.
That was F1 and F2.
That's
okay.
My recollection, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Mhlape, do you confirm?
I confirm that, my lady.
Okay, Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, I confirm Mr. Van Bergen's recollection.
Okay. So this will be G1 and G2.
As the court pleases. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
My lady, while I am on the screen, there is a third affidavit by this witness on page 36516. I just want to inquire 36516. I just want to inquire whether Ms. Marriott can read that into the record as well.
Just give me the page number again.
It is 36516.
36516.
Yes, my lady, and it goes to page 36522.
36522. I'm just going to request her in the meantime to check if this is not a duplication, and then if it is another third statement, that will be fine. Did you go through the statement?
I did, my lady. It does not seem to be a duplicate of either of the two that have been read into the record.
Okay, Ms. Marriott, can you just check that statement?
Yes, my lady, I'll start with reading that statement. If the witness can go to page 36516.
Yes, I am.
36.
I found it.
Okay, let me just go to it quickly. Yes.
Thank you. I'll proceed then.
Yes, you may proceed.
I, the undersigned, Nonseba Cynthia Senelu, do hereby state under oath in English that I'm an adult female with ID number. I'm the employer of the Gauteng Department of Health, GDOH, in the capacity of Deputy Director, Mental Health. I have occupied the aforementioned position since 2009. She provides the address of her office, as well as contact details and email address. The facts deposed to herein are, unless otherwise stated, within my personal knowledge and belief, and are both true and correct. On the 23rd of March 2018, I met with Ursula Brandt, in brackets Brandt, from the Special Investigation Unit, SIU, who informed me that the SIU is conducting an investigation in terms of the proclamation R23 of 2017, as published in the Government Gazette number 41000, dated the 24th of July 2017. I was informed that the investigations relates to alleged irregularities regarding the affairs of the Gauteng Provincial Department of Health, in brackets the department, in relation to inter alia, the procurement, the contracting by or on behalf of the department, the services from 28 entities in whose care mental health care users, MHCUs, were entrusted and payments made in respect thereof. The copy of the proclamation is attached here, attached marked A. Brandt requested that I elaborate on my involvement with the GDOH project relating to the termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni LE Health Care Service and subsequently discharged the MHCUs from the various LE facilities to non-governmental organizations, NGOs, with the Gauteng province. I am currently serving as the department's Mental Health Directorate, MHD, in the capacity of Deputy Director, and am responsible for overseeing the district mental health service, being clinics within the Gauteng province. I am qualified psychiatric nurse and I'm registered with the South African Nursing Council, SANC, established by Section 2 of the Nursing Act, Act 33 of 2005. As a Deputy Director with the MHD, I reported directly to Dr. Makgabu Manamela, in brackets Manamela, during the period in question. My primary duty involves overseeing the clinics within the Gauteng province in relation to the mental health care service they provide. My aforementioned duties do not include any functional related to the NGOs. I became involved in the LE termination project given that MHCUs fall within the MHD. Neither Manamela nor senior management SM issued me with an appointment letter stipulating my precise functions and duties as relates to the project. The LE termination project was undertaken after the GOH received a report of a survey conducted by the Health Advance Institute, HAI, as commissioned by the SM to assess and cost mental health service provided by the respective LE facilities. My colleagues and I were informed by Manamela that Ms. Kwindani Mhlangu, in brackets Mhlangu, in her capacity as then member of the Executive Council, MEC, announced the termination of the LE contract due to the challenges regarding cost and failure to LE to implement the decision regarding the reduction of beds by 20% by April 2015. Manamela further informed my colleagues and I that LE was given 6-month notice as per the Service Level Agreement, the SIA, commencing from the 1st of October 2015 to the 31st of March 2016. Manamela stated that a tender process would unfold in order to give opportunities to new service providers for the placement of MHCUs. The MHD officials collectively raised objections and questioned why the Directorate could not adhere to the Gauteng 2014-2020 strategic plan, in brackets the strategic plan, that entailed that LE was to reduce the bed's occupancy rate by 200 annually over a 5-year period, whilst simultaneously providing the GDOH the opportunity to ensure that the upscaling of community-based mental health services. Manamela in response stated that the decision had been made and the mandate must be implemented. With regard to the aforementioned, it was worth noting that the Strategic Plan 2014-2020 was aligned to the National Strategic Plan 2013-2020, as well as the Mental Health Care Act number 17 of 2002. As relates to rendering mental health care services, I attach here to the extracts of the strategic plan reflecting the signatories thereto, as well as the key priorities marked NCS 1. Brandt represented me with a document entitled Project Plan, Termination of Contract Relationships between the Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni and Upscaling of Community-Based Mental Health Services in the province. In brackets hereinafter referred to as a project plan, close brackets, and requested to elaborate on my involvement as per the task allocated in terms thereof. Attached here to is a copy of the project plan marked NCS 2. I confirm that Manamela drafted the project plan. I confirm that the project plan reflects several areas of responsibility allocated to me. Several teams were established to assist with the assessment of MHCUs at the various LE facilities after the departmental clinicians raised objections to the functions being allocated to them. The clinicians' objection was that it would be unethical for them to assess MHCUs receiving treatment by a psychiatrist at Life Esidimeni. On 6 April 2016, Manamela delegated me to visit the Waverley facility to establish the number of MHCUs in the care. I reported to Manamela that there are 601 MHCUs were at the facility. Manamela thereafter delegated me to assist in facilitating the transfer of the MHCUs. In terms of the Manamela project plan, the completion date for the transfer and placement of MHCUs from Waverley was set for the 31st of May 2016, whilst the deadline for the Randfontein and Rand West facilities was 30 June 2016. On 11 June 2016, Dr. Sophie Lenkwane, in brackets Lenkwane, now went to the Waverley facility to assist in the fast-tracking the placement of MHCUs to NGOs and hospitals. As Manamela stated that the LE staff were reluctant to discharge or place the MHCUs in other facilities. Manamela stated that the reluctance on the part of the LE staff was delaying the process, and this would lead to GDOH not meeting the contract termination date of 30 June 2016, and that our active involvement was therefore required. Dr. Gail Ure from the Waverley facility provided Lenkwane and me with a list indicating the number of MHCUs, their medication, profiles and levels of functionality. I attach here to an extract of the aforementioned list marked in CS3. The LE staff thus undertook the assessment of the MHCUs. The list was to be used as a guideline to indicate whether the MHCUs can be transferred to the NGOs, hospitals or discharged to their families. From my recollection, the list reflected that the majority MHCUs were to be placed at NGOs, while a limited number were to be transferred to hospitals. In addition to the list, Lenkwane and I, together with the LE staff who knew the MHCUs for years, drew on our own nursing experience and expertise to assess the MHCUs. It was based on this approach that we, as a collective, were able to determine that some MHCUs who were initially allocated for transfer to NGOs were in actual fact not fit to be sent to such an environment, but rather the transfer to hospital due to e.g. their functionality, resistance to treatment, or for continuity of chronic care. Lenkwane and I tirelessly worked on Waverley until the 31st of May 2016. 55 in brackets 55 MHCUs that we could not place and were transferred to other LE facilities. 17 of the aforementioned MHCUs were placed at Banalane, while the remaining 38 were placed at Rand West facility. I repeatedly told Manamela that the project was rushed and that there were not a sufficient number of NGOs to accommodate the MHCUs. Manamela in response stated, we should implement it as it is a mandate from the MEC and it is an unusual situation. The reference to the project being an unusual situation relates to the MHT officials pointing out to Manamela that we were not following the correct process. Manamela in her response stated we should place the MHCUs and that the MHT would rectify procedural and other challenges thereafter. I confirmed that Manamela provided us with a list of NGOs and hospitals that indicated the number of available beds in order to manage the placement of MHCUs. The aforementioned list reflected mainly NGOs in the Tshwane district, in brackets Tshwane, and I repeatedly raised concerns regarding this during the MHT meeting, stating that we will be putting a huge strain on the local clinics. My concerns were, however, not entertained. A request was sent to the various district offices to link the NGOs to clinics in order to be in a position to cater for the MHCUs should the need arise, as well as to provide the prescribed medication and assessment by doctors. I attach here 2 copies of the NGO linkages of all district marked NCS 4. I confirm that this responsibility of the NGOs to take MHCUs to the clinics for assessments and to arrange for repeated medication. I confirm that I ensure files that included the transferred MHCH recent medical history, periodical report, as well as their medication was handed to the receiving facilities. MHCUs transferred to NGOs were provided with medication for 28 days, whilst those referred to hospitals received medication for 7 days. Emergency Medical Services Planned Patient Transport, EMS PPT, transported the majority of the Waverley MHCUs. A military bus transported the MHCUs transferred to Tsepong as arranged by the NGO themselves. Subsequent to the finalization of the placement of MHCUs, Manamela on the 20th of July 2016 requested Lenkwane and I to visit Precious Angel situated in Tshwane to monitor the NGO. I confirmed that we did not use the audit tool, but we did compile a report that contained my inputs and signed by Lekwani on the same day. I attach here to an extract from the report as relates to Precious Angels marked NHC 5. On conclusion on the visit, I contacted Manamela and on the same day to inform her that Precious Angels situated in Musala Street at Richville was not suitable for a human habitation. I questioned how and by whom the NGO was identified in this first instance, and further recommended the closure of the facility as a matter of urgency. Manamela did not consider my recommendation at that stage, but rather sent other officials, including Hannah Jacobus, in brackets Jacobus, at a later stage to verify Lekwani on my findings. On 16 September 2016, Manamela requested me, Jacobus and Rochelle Gordon to conduct an inspection at the site in Tygervallei, Linwood Road in Pretoria, with a view of relocating MHCs from both Precious Angel facilities in Danville with Attrishable, respectively. The request came after reports regarding the death and several MHCs at this NGO surfaced. I confirmed that at the time of our inspection, we could not gain access to the premises, but no MHCs were at the premises. I am not in position to comment on whether the GDOH issued a license for the Tygervallei premises. I attach here to the report compiled in respect of the above-mentioned inspection marked NCS 6. On 26 September 2016, Manamela informed me that I was to be part of the Adopt a NGO strategy. The purpose of the strategy was to provide support to NGOs that were experiencing challenges. I initially objected to the allocation of NGOs to me, as I informed Manamela that that was the duty of the district offices to perform these functions. Manamela, however, insisted my involvement and allocated the following NGOs to me: Anchor House, Shama House, which was later relocated to Lekwani, Esidimeni Inquest, and Sepong. I ultimately agreed to the strategy on a condition that the district office coordinators accompanied me to the NGOs. I confirmed that the Tshwane coordinators accompanied me to the above aforementioned NGOs and that we compiled reports regarding our findings. The only NGO we did not visit was Shama House. In conclusion, I wish to state that the entire LE termination project was frustrating as my opinions and concerns were not taken into consideration. The project was rushed and given Manamela's repeated statement that we had a mandate to comply with. We were left with no option but to transfer MHCUs before the contract termination date. I confirm that for the duration of the project, there was an overwhelming sense of fear and the MHD officials worked under very stressful and tiring conditions, bearing in mind the MHD's inadequate staff complement. The possibility of charges of insubordination being laid against me and of suspension was the fear under which I followed instructions and performed the duties allocated to me for the duration of the period. The affidavit consists of 7 pages and it's true and correct to the best of my knowledge. I know and understand the contents of this affidavit. I have no objection of taking the prescribed oath, and I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience. Now, ma'am, do you agree that you signed this, all the pages on the statement, including the last page?
I do, except the date. The date they said we started it way back on the 11th of June. It was 11th of May, not June.
So that's a correction. Okay.
Yeah.
And is it correct that this was made under oath by and commissioned by a commissioner of oaths?
Yes.
Except for the change of the date, is there anything else that you wish to add or amend to your statements?
No. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Then I have no further questions for the witness, and this statement may be handed in as G3.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statements? That will be, the first statement will be G1, the second G2, and the third one will be G3. Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, no objections.
Thank you very much. Anyone having an objection? So I take it that silence means consent. The 3 statements of Ms. Senelo are handed in as exhibits G1, G2, and G3.
Answer, court, please.
Thank you very much. This is now time for cross-examination. Who's the first to start? Miss Asim, you're the only one who always starts. Are you going to start?
I won't be beginning if the court could grant me an indulgence, my lady. My junior, Miss Powe, is going to be cross-examining this witness, and she will follow in order of seniority.
Yes, it's just that I don't know who is present, who is not. But you know yourself according to seniority. Whoever is ready to start, you can start. I know that Mr. Huedes is not present today. Am I correct? Yes, Miss Govender.
My lady, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, my lady, I'll be cross-examining the witness and I'll fall within the order of seniority. So
Yes,
I believe
but your seniors, they are all quiet. I don't know who is who. Who was following Mr. Okay, there is Mr. Martin, there is Mr. Van Bergen. Mr. Pinar, where are you?
May it please the court, my lady, I have no objection to my colleagues, be it Miss Hasim, although she's a junior is going to conduct the cross-examination. I have no objection to her proceeding next, and the same with Miss Govender on behalf of who is in a part of the team of Mr. Huedes. I have no objection to them proceeding. That's going to prevent everything going about in a piecemeal fashion. That's my
Okay, thank you.
humble
Mr. Van
submission.
Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I was going to request your ladyship for an indulgence. As your ladyship will recall, during the cross-examination of both Dr. Mkhatshwa and Ms. Buthelezi, formerly both of Life Esidimeni, various allegations were made regarding alleged incidents during the transfer process, which this witness will deal with. I would like to address those issues once they have been aired by whoever wishes to air them, and I would thus request that my cross-examination stand over to just before Ms. Mboweni re-examines this witness, so that I can address all those issues and, as Mr. Pinar had said, not deal with it in a piecemeal manner.
Okay, I don't think that will be a problem.
As your ladyship,
yes. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Martin, did you want to say something also?
Yes, thank you, Milady. Milady, can I suggest, just because of the difficulties that we have with the multiple teams, in the sense that we have seniors and juniors, that we just agree that the juniors take the seniority of their seniors, so we can always establish a clear order of who will cross-examine and when, to the extent that it doesn't offend anybody to do that way. Then we'll always know who comes first, who comes second, who comes third, irrespective of whether it's myself
because
or
now
Mr.
it's confusing me, because I know that some of their seniors are not here, but
yes.
Let me hear them whether they have any problem with that. Ms. Kasim and Ms. Govender. Yes, there are. At a later stage, it also confuses the whole. Yes, Ms. Kasim.
Sorry, my lady, you broke up and I missed the beginning of
Did I break up? Oh, but there is a problem I can see here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, my lady.
Yes, you heard the concerns of the others.
Yes, my lady. I don't have any objection to us doing that going forward. For today, however, my junior is not ready to proceed immediately, so she would like to go a little bit later after some others have done the cross-examination. If I could please ask the court's indulgence.
Yeah, so it means everyone is not ready. Okay. Can I hear Ms. Govender?
My lady, I align myself with what Ms. Hessam has said. I've got no difficulty with.
Are you also not ready?
No, my lady, it's not a matter, and let me just clarify that it's not a matter of not being prepared or not being ready. But you know, sometimes, and I just think it's best to be honest. Strategically, it makes sense for other people who have more cross-examination for this witness to go first. There's very limited cross-examination on behalf of Ms. Matlangu. So from based on my instructions, I'm not opposed to the line of seniority proceeding in the future, but for today's purposes, my instructions were to go as per the order of seniority.
Yes, but now the issues have been raised here. How are we going to resolve this? Because now the seniors are saying you should proceed even if you stand in for your seniors. And I think that's what we were going to do, because now this thing, it confuses everyone. Like the way we proceeded, at the end, I don't even know who is next, who is not who, you know.
Yes, my lady, I hear her ladyship's concerns, but it was certainly not the way it was prepared for today. And we also need to ask our questions, certain questions. Say for Mr. Van Bergen, who's made his position clear, the other seniors were saying, let the other people go. We need to also question their level of preparedness, because it seems that what happens is, you know, certain people are ready to proceed and we proceed first. Obviously, on the last occasion, I had asked to go first because I was not available. But for today's purpose, I don't know why other people are not ready to proceed.
And you are not, you did not prepare to start because you knew that you are not a senior. At the end of the day, we were all. I even tried to accommodate all of you by postponing this witness to start on Monday, because I wanted everyone to familiarize themselves.
I believe her ladyship is frozen.
Am I?
Yes, my lady, your internet appears to be unstable. You keep on breaking up and freeze at times.
Yeah, maybe I should just.
I haven't started.
Yes. Am I audible now?
Yes, my lady.
Yes. I think at the time, I don't know. What are we going to do then? We'll have to. Okay, let me hear you, Miss Hasim.
My lady, I understand the court's frustration. There hasn't been a consistent order of cross-examination in these proceedings. Could I suggest that perhaps, not in court, but offline, the council agree as to the order of questioning for witnesses as they come?
Just before we do that, I thought when we held our case management meeting, I thought everyone was agreed that you're going to proceed according to seniority. That was the arrangement, because initially when we started, before we held our case management meetings, we had agreed that whoever was ready, and in most instances, you as the representative of SADC and the family members, you always started. But then I don't know, that was the arrangement that was proposed by everyone who attended the case management meeting. So I think before, maybe what we should do now, it's about a few minutes before 11:15. What we should do now, maybe off the record, we can just maybe excuse the witness just for about 10-20 minutes and then deal with the issue, so that when we resume on record, we shall have at least dealt with the issue and we will agree as to what should happen. Because this thing of everyone not wanting to start, now it creates a problem. All right, where is our witness? I'm going to excuse the witness. Maybe what we should do, Irene, I don't know whether should we take the tea break now or rather leave the tea break and debate the issue. And then the witness must just be there and then she can be called at any time. Ms. Sinole? Yes, we will be taking the tea adjournment now. I'm going to excuse you just to warn you that you are still under oath. You need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you are excused by the court after you shall have finished testifying. So for now, we're going to break. After that, then you will continue with your evidence. Thank you very much. You are excused for now, just for this tea break, and then you will be called later. Thank you very much. Miss Marriott?
Thank you.
I just want to say, as the court pleases, my lady.
Okay. So you can excuse the witness. Ms. Mbo, when you excuse the witness to take a tea adjournment. Irene?
As the court pleases, my lady.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you
Judge.
very much. Are we off the record now?
May it please the court, my lady.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Judge.
Okay. You are reminded that you are still under oath. Who's proceeding now? Is that Mr. Pinar?
May it please.
Just before you proceed, is the list circulating? I need to have the list of all councils who are appearing in this matter.
My lady, my team has taken the responsibility of preparing a list.
Okay.
They're still checking seniority and putting the list together, and they will circulate it to everybody as soon as it's done.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinar, you may proceed in the meantime.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes.
Miss Senelu. Good
Yes,
day.
sir.
Good day.
Good day.
I've listened carefully.
Just introduce yourself to the witness so that she should know who you are representing.
May it please the court, my lady. Miss Senelu, I'm Advocate Pinar, SC. I'm representing Ms. Hannah Hendrika Jacobus in this inquest. For your information.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Ms. Senelu, I've taken note of your evidence that you gave this morning, earlier today, regarding your involvement in the, if I can refer to it as the Life Esidimeni project.
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Senelu, I've picked up one golden thread through your evidence, and that is that time let me put it this way, you regarded time as of the essence.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've informed this Honourable Inquest Court that you're a qualified psychiatric nurse.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
That is a specialized scientific field in which you are qualified.
Yes, sir.
And you're well versed in the risks attendant when dealing with mental health case users.
Yes, I'm familiar with mental health. I've got vast experience in mental health. Yes, sir.
Is it correct, Ms. Senelu, that mental health care users many a time have comorbidities that they suffer from?
Not all of them. Some
of them.
Yes. Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And many of these mental health care users are also frail people. Is that correct?
Some of them can be frail, especially those who said they've got comorbid, they've got other medical problems. They can be frail.
Is it also correct, Ms. Senelu, that they can also be regarded as psychiatrically frail?
Yes, some of them, they can display with psychotic behavior, which is in line with the psychiatric illness. Yes, I agree with you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Sanelu, where psychiatric patients or mental health care users, if you can refer to them as such, have been accommodated at a specific institution, they become used to that institution, not so?
Yes, sir.
And the longer period of time they spend at a specific institution with which they become familiarized causes them or results in them being much more comfortable in their surroundings.
Yes, they become institutionalized. They get used to that environment. Yes.
When this familiar surrounding or institution where they've been resident for many years suddenly changes, it can have an adverse impact on them. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree.
And so in the case of, if I can refer to it as the Life Esidimeni project, one of the challenges involved is to ensure that mental health care users are transferred in a manner that is the least disruptive of all.
Yes, I agree.
And therefore, it's incumbent to ensure that the necessary precautions are taken to prevent any measure of extreme discomfort for mental health care users in the transferring process.
Yes, I agree with you.
Now, Ms. Sanele, if I understood your evidence correctly, whether the mental health care users are transferred to another hospital, another institution, or an NGO, there must be clarity that whatever form the institution to which transfer is to be effected has to be audited to ensure that it's the least disruptive to the mental health care user.
Come again, I don't get your question there.
Sorry?
If you can just break the question so that it shouldn't be too long.
Sorry, my lady, I will endeavor to do that. Ms. Sanelu, I'll break up my question. Am I correct in the conclusion that where a mental health care user is to be transferred from, for example, Life Esidimeni to an NGO, the transferring process must be properly monitored and audited to ensure that it is not unnecessary disruptive to the mental health care user.
It is supposed to be like that. Yes, I agree.
And as you said, Ms. Sanello, it's supposed to be like that. That is to ensure that any risk to the mental health care user is minimalized or.
Yes, sir.
And that it should be minimalized and least disruptive to ensure the safety of the mental health care user.
Yes, sir, I agree.
Now, Ms. Sanello, I deducted from your evidence that the transferring process involved with Life Esidimeni was being rushed. Is that correct?
Yes, our consent was that we don't have enough time to transfer that number of patients because we have been placed at Life Esidimeni only for a month in May, and we expected to transfer 600 patients out to facilitate the transfer.
Now, Ms. Sanello, as a result of the time constraints you were faced with, the mental health care users that were to be transferred were put at risk. Is that correct?
Because of time constraints, they were at risk in that way, in that manner, because they were transferred in big numbers per day.
And am I correct, Ms. Sanello, that many of these mental health care users did not survive this process?
I'm not sure about surviving the process, because when they were transferred in a satisfactory condition. So by surviving, I don't understand.
Can I put it to you in this manner, Ms. Sanello? Did any of the mental health care users that were transferred, notwithstanding the time constraints, pass away?
I'm not sure whether they passed away because of the time constraints, because they died after they'd been transferred. So I wouldn't know what is the relationship or the connection between the rush and their death. As I've mentioned, they were transferred in a satisfactory condition when we were at Waverley within that month.
Did it happen, Ms. Sanello, that certain NGOs were not ready to accept mental health care users?
As I've written in my statement, I was not responsible for identification of NGOs. We were given NGOs and we were told this NGO is ready to accommodate such patients, maybe females or males, and then we would transfer to those NGOs. Being ready, I was not aware that they are ready. We only went to them after the placement and only realized that patients were placed in the NGOs which were not ready, but we were informed by the team who's actually identifying NGOs that they were ready.
Now, Ms. Sinelo, were you subordinate to Dr. Manamela?
Yes. Dr. Manamela was my supervisor.
Now, the difficulty that you had with time constraints, did you specifically address that with Dr. Manamela?
Yes, I've stated in my statements that we had meetings on Mondays, even if we were placed at Waverley, but Mondays we attended meetings and we would give feedback and we would stress that the time is limited. We have raised consent, not only me, the whole team raised consent to Dr. Manamela.
Now, Ms. Sinelo, were the risks at any time taken up or mentioned or referred to Dr. Manamela?
The risk, like we have mentioned that there was time constraints, and we were worried because we would get the numbers of NGOs ready maybe a day before transfer. So those were the concerns which were raised to Dr. Manamela, that Life Esidimeni sometimes wouldn't be able to prepare patients adequately before time because of the notice. They would notify us a day before that this NGO is going to be ready.
And in your experience of mental health care users and their frail conditions, depending on the particular mental health care user, any hasty transfer could reflect adversely or have an adverse result on such a mental health care user.
Yes, it would, but in this instance, remember, Life Esidimeni, they were notified long before we were even taken to Life Esidimeni, and it was one of their obligations and the duty to inform the users that they will be transferred. It was their duty to tell to prepare the users that they will be transferred and that the department has actually terminated the contract. That was one of the expectations from Life Esidimeni. So we thought that patients, even if we were there on that month, that they were prepared, that they will be leaving, even if they didn't know which NGO, but they knew that they would be going to NGO. And as I've mentioned in my statement, that we were using a spreadsheet of users which were assessed by the Life Esidimeni team. When they were preparing that was the time they were supposed to have informed the users that there's a possibility that they will be transferred. They either go home, or they're going to be discharged home, or they'll be transferred to NGO or to a hospital.
Did you, by any chance, Ms. Sinelo, do any evaluation of any of the mental health care users that had to be transferred to determine whether this has been complied with or not?
Okay. As I've mentioned, we're using the spreadsheet, and we would go with the team, Life Esidimeni multidisciplinary team, to the wards where the patients are. They would give us feedback on each and every user in that ward, and we would look at the spreadsheet because we don't know the patient. So they were giving us exactly what the patient's behavior. And when we look at the spreadsheet, and we would say this, according to your team, this patient is recommended that he must go to an NGO, but based on what you are telling us about the user, sometimes it's not possible for this user. As you said, maybe this user is resistant to treatment and it can be aggressive. So in my opinion, as a professional nurse, I think this user would be more possible for this user to be placed in a psychiatric hospital than an NGO. Those were the recommendations we were doing, but the actual assessment was done by Life Esidimeni team because they knew the patients.
Do I understand you correctly, Ms. Sinella? The assessment was done by the Life Esidimeni team?
Yes.
And then presented to yourself?
When we visit them in the wards, because we went to those wards where the patients are. So when they will present that we've got so many patients, these are the patients, and this one behaves like this one is like this. And then we will actually look what they are saying and look at the spreadsheet and see what was the recommendation on the spreadsheet. And we would advise accordingly based on the information they've given us.
So if you concluded that having regard to the information provided to you by Life Esidimeni, this is a mental health care user that should not be transferred to an NGO, but rather to a psychiatric hospital.
Yes, we would recommend such.
You would recommend that?
Yes.
Were your recommendations always followed or complied with?
There were, some of them. Because sometimes you would find out that we recommend that this patient can go to the hospital and you find out there is no bed in that hospital. But our recommendation, they were considered.
Now, if there was no bed in the hospital, did such mental health care user remain at Life Esidimeni, or was he or she then transferred to an NGO?
No, most of the patients who we felt that they're not supposed to go to NGOs, we had a list of them, and most of them were the 55 patients who stayed behind, and then they were transferred to the Life Esidimeni facilities on the last day.
Now, Mr. Nelo, when the actual transfer took place, that's transporting of the mental health care users, were you present or not?
Yes, I was present. There was a room where they would bring all the patients who were supposed to be transferred on that day, together with their files and their medication, IDs, and the whole team of Life Esidimeni would be there. The social worker will check the IDs of those patients, and the team from the ward where they were nursing patients, they would be the ones who are taking the files, giving over to either hospital staff who have come to fetch the patients, or to the NGO staff. And most of the NGOs would come with their professional staff, where they hand over to them. But we were there as observers to see that things are there. but we were not the ones handing over.
Now, Ms. Sanello, could you give us an indication what type or form of transport was utilized in the transfer process?
Okay. Some of the NGOs, they brought their own transport, like Tepong brought, they said they've been given a bus by the army, and they brought that, they came to fetch the patients with that bus. But most of the users, they go with our planned transport, which is the EMS. If an NGO indicates that they do not have transport, we would arrange transport with our EMS.
Now, when the transport is effected, was it done in limited numbers?
If they tell us in advance a day before that 10 patients would be going to this NGO, and then we would liaise with EMS, Mr. Mabunda, that 10 patients will be going tomorrow. So can you kindly provide transport for them? And they would like that patient must be escorted by the person from an NGO or from the hospital. And usually it was the NGOs they did not have transport. But in that EMS transport, there should be an escort from that NGO.
Now, Ms. Sanello, did it happen that the transport that was required did not materialize?
And not in my knowledge, except the last day when they did not turn up. That's why some of the patients were not transferred, and they ended up going to the Life Esidimeni facility, some of the patients, because the transport did not come.
Did that result in such mental health care users then remaining at Life Esidimeni?
Yes, on the last day. And then they were transferred to, as a result, they were transferred to Baneng and to Randfontein.
On the same day or the next day?
No, the same day. Because they had a consent that the following day, there won't be any staff to look after those patients. So they were transferred to Baneng and Randfontein. And that was the date which was given by Dr. Manamela, that the process must end on the 31st of May in Waverley.
So am I correct, Ms. Sanello, to say the instruction was all mental health care users must be transferred before the last day of June 2016?
Now, I was talking about the Waverley now, because in Waverley we were given a date that, because we were placed at Waverley, that by the 31st of May, all patients must be out of Waverley. And the managers in Waverley, they would emphasize that. So on the last day, the transport did not come, which was supposed to take patients to Ribafeni and also to Ubuhlebengkosi. So those patients were placed in Life Esidimeni facilities, where we went and continued with the process. And the process at Randfontein, it was supposed to end by the last day of the month of June.
So, Ms. Sanello, just to have clarity, mental health care users had to be transferred from Waverley due to a problem with transport. On the last day, did they remain at Waverley, or were they on that same day transferred to Randfontein or any of the other institutions?
They were transferred to Baneng and Randfontein, accompanied by Miss Buthelezi.
Miss
Buthelezi.
Buthelezi. Thank you. Now, these mental health care users have been transferred from, say, Waverley to Baneng or to Randfontein. Were they then from Baneng and Randfontein once more retransferred to another institution?
Yes. As I said, we continued going to both facilities, to Baneng and Randfontein, to facilitate the transfer of the remaining patients. We went to these facilities.
Now, Mr. Nello, taking into consideration the psychiatric condition of the mental health care users involved, did this affect them of being transferred from starboard to portside and then from portside transferred once again?
I assume it would have an impact on them because it was confusing for them to be transferred. They were told maybe that they are going to an NGO, now they are going somewhere else. It would have an impact on them.
Was any attempt made, Mr. Nello, to endeavor to explain to these mental health care users what was busy happening, if possible, to relieve their anxiety or anxieties they may have?
Yes, when they were waiting in the waiting rooms, as I've explained that the Life Esidimeni, they were supposed to tell them where they are supposed to be going, and then we actually reassured them that those who were supposed to go to Ubutlebenkosi, and we explained to them that transport did not come, and now they will be taken to, we explained to them that they will be taken to Baneng or Randfontein, and they knew Randfontein and they knew Baneng. Those we explained to.
Now, Mr. Nello, did the transfers take place during daylight hours, or did some of the transfers occur in the evenings?
When we were working at Life Esidimeni in Waverley, they were happening during the day because we were knocking off at 4. But we'd find out, like that day, we left Waverley late because we were waiting for the transfer. So those patients went to these facilities late with Miss Buthelezi on that day.
If you say late, Mr. Nello, was that during nighttime?
After 4, about 6 o'clock, somewhere there. They left after 4 because we left the facility around 6 o'clock.
Now, these transfers took place, if I understand your evidence correctly, during May 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
And some of the transfers took place during June 2016.
Yes, sir.
That is already winter time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Meaning daylight hours are not as long as during summertime.
I assume, sir.
So, am I correct, Mr. Nello, that by changing the plan of transfer at a late hour during the day exacerbates the anxiety of the mental health care users?
I really wouldn't answer that. I don't know, sir.
Yes, Mr. Pina.
Right, please, the court, my lady. May I just, would the court just bear with me for a minute, please, my lady? I'm indebted to the court, my lady. Now, Ms. Sanello, you also referred to visits to certain NGOs subsequent to the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract. Is that correct?
You mean before?
No, I'm talking after the...
Or after, yes.
And you mentioned, if I understood your evidence correctly, that some of these NGOs, mental health care users, had passed away.
Yes.
And furthermore, Ms. Sanello, if I understood your evidence correctly, you indicated that upon visiting these NGOs, you concluded that their facilities were not proper and sufficient.
Yes, I made an example of Precious Angels. We visited Precious Angels in July, and the placement was done in June. But by that time, there were no deaths reported. But we found that the place was not right. And we immediately alerted our supervisor, Dr. Manamela, and who sent somebody else to go and verify. And we recommended that that place be closed immediately and patients be transferred.
Now, Ms. Sanello, taking into consideration what you've just responded, would it be correct to say that you would have expected the NGO Precious Angels to have been suitable?
Come again, I don't understand.
I say, taking into consideration your response now, you visited or attended at Precious Angels, which was an NGO. Is that correct? Yes. Subsequent after the transfer?
Yes, sir.
And you found and concluded that the institution or the NGO was not suitable to receive mental health care users?
Yes, sir. I verbalized that.
Now, my question is, would you have expected it to have been suitable, seeing that mental health care users had been transferred there?
That's the expectation, that patients were supposed to be transferred to a suitable NGO, as it was identified as being suitable by the people who were identifying NGOs.
Only for you to find on your visit that this NGO was not suitable, is that correct?
Yes, and that was the very first time I've heard about Precious Angels. It was the first time I came to Precious Angels.
Now, Ms. Sanello, were you part of the task team set together by Mr. Mosanogi, the project leader, or don't you know?
As I'm not sure, when I've stated in my statement that working by the virtue that I was working in the mental health directorate, we were expected to be in the team, and they said we are the sub members of the team, but we have never signed any letters to appoint us to the team. But because we are working at the mental health directorate, we were expected to be the implementers of this project team.
Now, Ms. Sanelo, were you ever called or invited to attend meetings of the task team when the task team convened a meeting?
The meetings I was regularly attending is our directorate meetings, feedback meetings on Mondays. On several occasions, I have attended about 2 or 3 meetings with MEC when the task team was giving a report to the MEC. I have attended about 3 times.
Now, at those meetings, Ms. Sanelo, with the MEC, were you ever required to provide an input from your side and what, as a psychiatric nurse?
No, in those meetings, they were just giving feedback on beds, mostly where I attended. As Dr. Manamela used to prepare a presentation to say these are the beds which are available, and this is so far, this is what has happened. So I never got any chance of being involved in those meetings because they were mostly attended by senior managers from the districts who were actually the team members, who were the project team, and they were also the people, the senior managers like Mr. Musenuchi, the HODs. They are the ones who were attending. And Dr. Manamela used to go mainly to these meetings with her deputy, Franz Tobani, who was dealing with strategies in our directorate. So I never had a chance of saying anything in those meetings.
Am I correct, Ms. Sanelo, that you were regarded as a subordinate official
Yes.
to the senior management, if I can refer to them like the head of the department, the project leader, Mr. Mosanogi, etc. Your own deputy director, Dr. Manamela.
Yes, I was reporting directly to Dr. Manamela. Whatever problems we've got, we used to give to Dr. Manamela.
May it please the court, my lady. And am I correct, Ms. Sanelo, did you have or gain the impression that the one factor that was of utmost importance was that termination of the Life Esidimeni contract had to be effected timeously?
You mean in the meetings?
At all times?
Yes, we were always reminded that by this time we're supposed to have finished the process. Like I've indicated that in Live Air, in Waverley, there was a decanting plan which stated that by the 31st, all the patients must be out of Waverley. So we had a plan, decanting plan, which was prepared by Dr. Manamela.
And you were aware of the fact that the Life Esidimeni contract was being terminated?
Yes, we were informed that we were given a report in our meeting by Dr. Manamela that the Life Esidimeni contract they've been given notice, and it's starting from October 2015 to March 2016. But we didn't start that process immediately then. We were only sent in May to go and help facilitate the transfers because Life Esidimeni were not, as Dr. Manamela said, they were dragging their feet and they were sabotaging us. So we had to go and facilitate the transfers.
And the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract had to be effected by the end of June 2016.
Yes, after the extension. Remember, it was supposed to be March, and then by March, we haven't even started, and then it was extended to June. That's why it ended up in June, because it wasn't started yet. And Life Esidimeni was expected, when they were given the notice, they were expected to actually be the ones doing the transfers and doing discharges, as they have done before. It was not the first institution to be closed down. There are other institutions which were closed down from Life Esidimeni, like the vet ward, and the process was very smooth. They have done the transfers on their own without even involving the department, and all the patients were decanted to either to their facilities or to other home or to the hospitals or NGOs. And now that facility is being used for substance abuse, they are no longer mental health care users, meaning that they managed to transfer patients from Bedford to other facilities. So it was amazing that now we need to be involved in the transfer of the others, because they had managed them before without the interference of the department.
Would I be correct, Ms. Canelo, to say that the Gauteng Department of Health was now involved in order to meet the time constraints?
That's the impression we got, that we must go and fast track and facilitate the transfers for us to be able to meet the deadline, which is the end of June. We have to facilitate the move.
May it please the court, my lady, I have no further questions to this witness.
Okay.
Ms. Sinelo. Thank you, Ms. Sinelo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
see
Judge.
it's almost 1:45. Who's next now? Is that Mr. Martin?
Yes, my lady, I believe it would be me. My lady, we have no questions for the witness.
You don't have questions for the witness?
No questions.
I believe her ladyship is frozen.
Am I frozen? What is happening with me today? Can you hear me now?
Yes, my lady.
Yes. Do you have questions to the witness?
I do, my lady.
Would you want to start now or after tea? After the lunch adjournment?
My lady, I do believe that my questions will be slightly more than 15 minutes, so I'd prefer to start after lunch.
Okay. It's now 1:45. Is it possible to resume at 1:45?
As the court pleases.
Yes. Yes. The witness is reminded that she is still under oath. You are warned to be present at 1:45, where we will proceed with cross-examination. Thank you very much.
As it is the court.
May it please the
Mr. Makani, if you can just remove, put your camera off. Mr. Makani? Or is that Mr. Sibara? Thank you very much. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Ms. Govender, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Ms. Sanello.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sunil Govender. I'm counsel for Ms. Matlangu, the former MEC. I'd like to start by taking you to your statement at page 507, specifically.
Page?
507. The statement starts at 503, and I'm taking you to 507.
This is G2, ne?
That's correct, my lady. Are you there, ma'am?
Just bear with me.
Is it?
Just a second for me. Yes, you may proceed.
Ms. Sanello, if you could please read paragraph 6 and 7. Not into record, just read it for yourself to acquaint yourself, and then I'll put questions to you.
I'm still getting it.
No, yeah.
It just disappeared. It was here.
Is there
I'm
anyone who's
reloading.
assisting you?
Yes.
Did you get it right?
I'm still getting it.
That's fine.
Yes, I've got it.
Yes, just read it first. Familiarize yourself with it.
Where must I read?
Paragraphs 6 and 7.
Okay. Yes, I'm familiar with this.
Thank you, ma'am. So from what I see in your statement, and in particular in these paragraphs, you had limited interaction with Ms. Matlangu. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And your complaints or your concerns were raised with Dr. Manamela, who you expected to relay the information, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
But you can't say for certain that those concerns and that information was indeed relayed.
That's correct.
All right. Now, in paragraph 6 specifically, you refer to reports. You say, and this is sort of 6 lines from the bottom, you say, all the concerns were raised with Dr. Manamela on Monday meetings, and she would write a report and send it to the MEC. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Now, the MEC will testify that she never received unfavorable reports. In other words, for example, you mention Precious Angels in Attridgeville being inadequate on your observation. That never found its way into a report tabled to the MEC. Do you wish to comment?
That was done after the placement, and we had written reports to Dr. Manamela. So we are not sure whether those reports went to the MEC.
All right, so the MEC's version will be that she didn't receive adverse reports. Do you wish to comment?
I wouldn't comment with that. I wouldn't know. As I've indicated that I was not sure whether our concerns were relayed to the MEC.
I see. Thank you. I'd now like to take you to Annexure G3. There is your third statement that starts at page 36516. I will repeat, 36516.
Yes, I've got it.
Just before we proceed, ma'am, I'm going to ask you, you must listen attentively to the question before you respond. You appear to be moving fast. We're not in a hurry, just understand the questions and respond properly. Ne? Just wait for the counsel to ask the question. Then after that, you understand the question before you respond. If you don't understand the question, please tell us. The counsel will rephrase or pose the question again to you. Ne?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, don't be in a rush. We're not in a rush. Yes, we're on page, let me see.
The statement starts at 36516. I'd like to go to page 36518, specifically paragraph 13. And then
Yes, I've got it.
Yes, would you please once again just have a read through it before I put my question to you?
I have read it.
Thank you, ma'am. If I understand paragraph 13, what you are saying here is that Dr. Yuri of Life Esidimeni incorrectly assessed the relevant MHCU's needs, and upon your assessment, they were not fit to go to an NGO. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say they've assessed them incorrectly. I'd say they would present the users to us, and when we check them against the list, we would find out that according to based on what they are saying, we wouldn't recommend that this patient goes to an NGO, based on the information that maybe the patient can be aggressive or a patient needs total patient care. So in that case, we would say, based on our experience, that this patient would rather go to a hospital than to go to an NGO. But most of the patients were recommended to go to NGOs.
I see. So are you saying, if we take the explanation you've just provided, are you saying that Dr. Yuri would recommend that a person who presents with aggressive behavior go to an NGO, and in your experience, that would not be appropriate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that was an example of a patient who's having a history of aggression, or a patient, when we look at that patient and based on the information given to us, this patient would never be able to be managed in an NGO.
I
And
see.
then we would recommend
I see.
hospital.
Thank you. Let's go now to paragraphs 16 and 18 of the same annexure G3. If you could please take a moment to acquaint yourself with both these
16
paragraphs.
and 17.
16 and 18, my lady.
$16.
Yes, ma'am.
So must I read only 16?
And 18.
Yes.
I have read it.
Thank you. At paragraph 16, you say that Dr. Manamela provided the list of NGOs and hospitals that indicated the number of available beds. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, for the moment, I'm just focusing on the NGOs. At paragraph 18, you then say, I questioned how and by whom the NGO was identified. Did you ever get an answer to who identified the NGOs?
Yes. The NGOs were identified by the team who was allocated to identify and assess the readiness of NGOs, which comprised of Hannah Jacobus and Mr. Tobane Franz.
I see. Now I'd like to move on to paragraph 22 of the same statement, G3.
$23.
22.
I have read it, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, when you say that the project was frustrating because your opinions and concerns were not taken into consideration, do you mean that Dr. Manamela didn't take your concerns and opinions into consideration?
Yes, because we were reporting directly to Dr. Manamela.
I see. And further on, you say, I confirm that for the duration of the project, there was an overwhelming sense of fear, and the MHD officials worked under very stressful and tiring conditions, bearing in mind the MHD's inadequate staff complement. For a moment, I just want to talk about the sense of fear. Now, you've already said that you were barely in the MEC's presence. Your interactions with her were limited. So where was the sense of fear coming from, and from whom specifically?
As I said, I was reporting directly to Dr. Manamela. So most of the time, there was that sense of fear, and she would also verbalize that she's doing this because it's an instruction from the MEC. So that was the sense, but I never interacted with the MEC.
I see. Now,
but just a second. Somebody was making some noise. Who were you referring to here specifically when you you spoke about this sense of fear?
My supervisor.
Who is who?
It's Dr. Manamela.
Okay. Continue.
And then it follows that when you talk about possible charges of insubordination and your concern around that, those charges, if they were to come, could only have come from Dr. Manamela, not so?
Yes, like if we have refused to go and be placed in life Esidimeni because it was out of our job description, and as we have already mentioned that the clinicians in the statements that they refused, but luckily they were not reporting directly to Dr. Manamela. So Dr. Manamela didn't have power over them. That's why they couldn't go.
I see. Now, you seem to have been quite passionate about this and very, very frustrated, particularly about your concerns. Do I have it correctly?
Yes, Councillor.
Now, when you are not getting any joy from Dr. Manamela, why did you not go directly to the MEC? Because this is the alleged source of all this pressure.
Remember, there's a hierarchy in our department. So we actually, I was not the only one who had this sense of fear. As a result, our frustrations, we have vented them to Mr. Msinoki because we could be able to talk to him as also our senior. And we arranged a meeting with the DDG, which never materialized.
I see. Now, being as passionate and as concerned as you were, and knowing that the most vulnerable in society were exposed, did you not think it was prudent to park the hierarchy and go directly to the alleged source?
At that time, I did not, and I had to follow the hierarchy.
I see.
Thank you.
My lady, those are my questions. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Sanello.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Yes, who comes after her? How far are you people with the list? Ms. Kasim, are you the one who's following or?
Yes, my junior will be conducting the cross-examination at this point.
How far are you with the list?
We're making progress, my lady. We're just trying to confirm seniority of certain members of the.
Thank you very much. Ms. Boy, are you proceeding?
Yes, my lady. Good afternoon, Ms. Sinello. My name is Tabang Bowe, and I represent 44 of the deceased families, as well as the South African Depression and Anxiety Group.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Sanello, how I'm going to structure this cross-examination is in themes. And so the first part of the cross-examination will be focused on the project team and what some of your roles and responsibilities were. So this is spread out between all three of your statements, G1, 2, and 3. So I'll just ask generally. The first question, Ms. Sanello, is you testified that you were part of the mental health unit in terms of the execution of the project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that a part of your role was implementation. Ms. Sanello, can you explain to the court what exactly you mean by implementation?
By implementation, as I've already mentioned, that we were allocated tasks. Like my task and Dr. Nkwane was to facilitate the movement of users from Waverley and ensure that they are placed either in hospitals, NGOs.
I think we're having a problem. I don't know what is wrong with your line. Something is not right.
Am I not audible?
You are now, but just try again. I will stop you where I feel that this is going to tamper with the record.
Okay.
Yes, you were explaining your task with Dr. Lengwane.
Yes, as implementers, we were allocated tasks. There were tasks for those who are going to identify NGOs, those who are going to facilitate transfers from the Life Esidimeni facilities. I was placed with Dr. Lengwane at Waverley Care Center to facilitate.
Dr. Manamela, just a second. Can you please switch off your camera because this is disturbing us?
Oh, which camera?
I don't know. We're looking at you where you are.
I'm sorry, Chief. It means I was not.
Yes, this distracts our meeting. Just
I must close this one.
Hey, continue, ma'am.
So we were allocated to Waverley to fast track and facilitate the transfers, me and Dr. Lengwane. That's how the implementation goes.
And Ms. Sanelo, what does it mean to fast track the movement of patients?
By fast tracking, as I've mentioned, that we were sent there because we were told by Dr. Manamela that Life Esidimeni are dragging their feet in ensuring that patients are being discharged, patients are being transferred to NGOs or hospitals. So we were helping them, assisting them to do that. That's why we said we were actually using the spreadsheet which were given by Gail to verify their assessments. And we were going to the wards with them, and they were giving us feedback on the behaviors and general behavior of the patient and how they are conducting themselves in the wards. So based on that, we would recommend that maybe this patient can go to hospital or not.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. Before we move on to some of the detail around that process, you say at paragraph, let's go to page 662 of G1.
Which statement? Which statement is that?
That is G1.
662.
Yes. It was the first statement that was read into the record.
Okay.
At paragraph 4.
Yes.
If we could just read the first line, first sentence.
Let her read the whole paragraph. It's fine. You'll direct her to. Let her just find. I think it's a long paragraph. Let her read it.
Thank you. I have read it.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. You say there that the departmental clinicians objected to being sent to Life Esidimeni for the purpose of assessment of patients. Do you have an idea about why they refused to undertake this process?
They said there are doctors who are allocated at Life Esidimeni, so it would be unethical for them.
And you're being requested to replace the departmental clinicians. Would that mean that you would have had to assume the same role as they would have?
Come again, I don't get the question.
The departmental clinicians declined to go, and in their stead, you were sent to assist. Ms. Sinelo, just want to ascertain whether you would have then had to do some of the roles that they would have had to do.
No. Our roles are different.
Thank you, Ms. Sinelo. And then, Ms. Sinelo, in terms of the project plan as well, what were the lines of authority? Who did you report? You testified that you reported to Dr. Manamela, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who did you understand Dr. Manamela to be reporting to?
Dr. Manamela was reporting directly to the MEC, but hierarchically, he's supposed to report to the DDG and then to the HOD. But they had meetings where she reported directly to the MEC.
And Ms. Sinelo, you also testified that you would raise concerns to Dr. Manamela. And you, of course, understood that these concerns were being taken somewhere. What did you think was happening with the concerns that you were raising?
I wouldn't know what happens to them, but I was just concerned that because there were no changes, we were just expected to continue with the project. So that's why I was confused whether our concerns, do they actually reach the MEC?
And Ms. Sinelo, did you ever ask Dr. Manamela what was happening with the complaints that you were raising?
When we said to Dr. Manamela, he would say that the MEC doesn't want problems, he wants solutions.
And what did you understand this to mean in relation to your asking questions or raising concerns with Dr. Manamela?
Come again, I don't get you.
When Dr. Manamela responds by saying that the MEC doesn't want any problems but wants solution, how did this then factor in to your raising more concerns as the project unfolded?
No, we continued but raising a concern. But you would say that if you raise a concern, you must make sure that you've got alternatives, how you're going to solve that problem.
Thanks, Ms. Sinelo. Ms. Sinelo, then when we go down to the operations and the specific roles that you were tasked with, you testified that there was a separate team dealing with readiness, NGO readiness, and this team comprised of Jacobus and Toban. Who headed this team that was tasked with readiness?
Overall, all of us, we were reporting to Dr. Manamela, so he was the head, Dr. Manamela, but Hannah, as being the person responsible for NGOs, as according to the job description, is the one who was responsible for NGOs.
And then you also testified when under cross-examination that you thought that the NGOs were ready at the time that users were placed at the NGOs, and it was only after that you found out that some of the NGOs were not ready. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Sinelo, I'd like us to go to page 36722. Those would be minutes of a meeting with the South African Society of Psychiatrists.
Can you say the number again?
It's page 36722.
Yes.
Are you there?
Minutes. Yes, I found the minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. Do you recognize this? Can I give you a moment to look at the minutes and just tell the court if you recognize the minutes and this meeting?
Okay, I'm looking at them.
Please do, and then respond later.
Thank you. I've gone through the minutes, all of them.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. I'd like to refer you specifically to item 3.10, which was a discussion on the reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni.
Yes.
According to the minutes, Ms. Sanelo, you will see that SASOP was raising concerns about this process. Can you
Before
recall?
you go there, just a second.
Apologies, my lady.
Yes, you had asked her a question. I don't think she answered that when you gave her the opportunity to acquaint herself with the minutes. You asked her whether she recognized the minutes. Did she answer that question? I didn't hear the answer to that.
Yes, my lady, the witness hasn't answered that question.
Yes, you were asked as do you recognize the minutes?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. And at item 3.10.
Is it 3.10, reduction of beds?
Yes, 3.10 at page 36724. There, Ms. Sanelo, you'll see that SASOP was raising concerns regarding the reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni. Can you see that, Ms. Sanelo?
I do.
Do you remember what these concerns were?
I wouldn't remember them at hand, But some of the consent with the NGOs, whether are there the NGOs ready, and also the upscaling of the community services. Those were also other concerns, that the clinics are not yet upscaled to accommodate patients from Life Esidimeni. But I wouldn't really remember them at hand.
Thank you, Ms. Sinelo. And then if we could go then to page 36748. That's page 36748.
Yes.
You will see it's an email from Leslie Robertson, wherein you were one of the recipients. Can you see that?
Yes, I do.
And maybe, Ms. Anello, let me give you an opportunity to just have a look at the email.
Okay. Thank you. I have read it.
Thank you, Mr. Nello. And in that email, do you recognize that this was sent to you?
Yes, I see. I was CC'd.
Not CC'd, you were, it was actually sent to you, one of the direct recipients. Can you see that?
Yeah.
And in that email, Dr. Robertson details all of the concerns around the NGO readiness.
Yes, I see that.
And these are the ones that you also recall having been raised by SASOP.
Yes.
And you testified that you did not know any of these the concerns around NGO readiness when you were conducting the tasks that was allocated to you.
Come again.
Ms. Enelo, earlier I asked whether when you testified that you thought that the NGOs were ready and you were not aware of any of the concerns raised about the NGO readiness.
I said was there was a task team.
Okay, yes.
Who was allocated to assess the readiness of NGOs. So they would give us a list of the NGOs who are ready and where we need to allocate. So that's what I said.
Thank you, Ms. Enelo. But do you accept that you were at meetings and you received an email that detailed some of the concerns around NGO readiness before you started allocating patients to NGOs?
This was sent on the 4th of May in 2016.
The email?
Yeah, the email. And we were allocating from the 11th of, during that month.
From the 11th?
Yeah, I started allocating, transferring, helping with the transfers from the 11th of May.
And the email was
the
sent?
4th of May.
The 4th?
Yes. And we were aware of the SASOP, as I've mentioned, that their main concern was that the community services are not upscaled enough. They cannot cope with the patients from the NGOs. I've mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning the clinics. And Dr. Robertson is one of the psychiatrists who works at the clinics, and they were tasked to endorse the readiness of their NGOs within their district. So she wrote this because she felt that she is not in a position to endorse the readiness of an NGO.
Thank you, Ms. Enelo.
Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Not,
can you
my
please
lady.
rephrase, because I'm lost. I don't understand this question. If you can just rephrase.
I'm going to do so, my lady. Ms. Enelo, if you look at, let's take paragraph 2 of Dr. Robertson's email. Let me just give you an opportunity to have a look at that. 2. It's the numbered points, my lady.
Yes.
So number 2. If you look at that, Ms. Enelo, Dr. Robinson is raising concerns about not only clinics and their readiness.
Which
but also,
we've got, is it paragraph 2 of the first page or the second page? We've got 2 twos, okay? The one starting with I'm worried.
Yes, page 1.
Okay.
And point labeled 2.
Okay.
If you look at that, Ms. Enelo, it raises questions about the individual homes and the caregiving ratios. So that's not related to the clinic, but related to the individual home. If you look at the next paragraph, which number 3 as well, it raises concerns about the caregivers. Again, these are directed at the actual NGOs and not just the clinic. Ms. Sanelo, the question I'm trying to ask or to ascertain is that this email came in the same time or along the same, roughly the same time, the same month as you were busy with the allocations, wherein you testified that you thought that the NGOs were ready and were not aware of, you were aware, I guess, of some of the challenges. But here's an email sent to you that specifies all of the different challenges, particularly related to NGO readiness, that was received by your office or by your team, that details these concerns. And so the question really is, do you stand by the statement that you were only found out about the readiness concerns after the placements had taken place?
Yes, as I've indicated, that we were given a list and being assured by the people who were identifying that they have been to these NGOs and they are ready to receive.
And so, Ms. Sanelo, your testimony is that you acted on the strength of the information given to you by Ms. Hannah Jacobus and Tobani.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. Ms. Sanelo, you also testified that you were notified sometimes one day before that the NGO was ready, and that you have to then prepare the patients during that time. With this kind of notice, were you able to ensure that the transfer process happened in the manner that was prescribed?
Remember, the actual preparation was done by Life Esidimeni. They would give us the numbers and we would relate that to the managers of Life Esidimeni that this NGO is ready to receive 10 patients. And then they would prepare and make a list. The social worker would make a list and also inform the families. Remember, the families were informed before that there's a possibility that patients will be transferred, but you would confirm now that this patient tomorrow will be transferred to this NGO.
So, Ms. Sanelo, is it your testimony that even on a day's notice, you were able to ensure that the transfer happened effectively?
That's why the Life Esidimeni people complained that they are being overworked if we are giving them like that, but not all the time. I said sometimes it would be a day before, but sometimes it would be 2 days before that, so that they can get ample time to prepare.
But even then, the question is, were you able to ensure that the transfer happened in the manner prescribed? Would you say it was effective according to you, given what you saw and the complaints that were raised with you by these people of Life Esidimeni?
Since we were working together with them, they were complaining that there is no ample time. And I also agree we had time constraints.
But your assessment of the situation as it happened, would you say the transfers could be done effectively yourself from your own observation?
They were not done properly in that manner, but at the end of the day, on the day or when they come, the list, they would have prepared the list and also prepared the patient, and they would bring the patients to the waiting room where they are being taken by the NGOs or by the hospitals.
So, Ms. Sanelo, it's your testimony that you were able to ensure the proper transfer of patients.
It was not my duty alone to ensure. Remember, I am working, I was assisting the Life Esidimeni, which is their responsibility to transfer. Isn't it, even before we came and helped them facilitate and transfer, they were the ones who were transferring patients from their facility to the NGOs or to hospitals. So they were following the same procedure, but now the problem was time.
So whose responsibility was this? Are you saying it was Life Esidimeni?
Yeah, it was Life Esidimeni who were preparing patients. Tina would give them the list that these are the NGOs who are ready, and then they would prepare the list of patients they can take to these NGOs, and we will tell them this is an NGO which caters for a female, and in the category they want mobile patients who are adults, and we will give them the actual criteria of an NGO.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Nello. On that point, I'd like to refer you to your statement G1. Can we go to page 663?
Yes.
You see at page 663, Mr. Nello, you state that the transferring process.
Wait.
At the top of the page, my lady, where the sentence that starts with 663.
If you can just direct us to the line of the paragraph.
The very first line at the top.
Yes, we ensured.
We ensured that patients were transferred with the file that included recent medical history, periodical reports, and medication, and goes on to describe other things that accompanied patients.
Yes.
Can you see? So, Mr. Nello, is that how you also understood some of your duties in this process?
Yes. We will check whether the patient has got those documents, medical history, and the periodical report and medication.
And Mr. Nello, it remains your testimony that you were able to do this even at the times when you were given short notice.
Yes, we would try, but under duress, we would always check together. We're not checking alone. Together with the whole team, the managers from Life Esidimeni, we will check with them whether the patient has got a file and the prescription and the ID.
Thank you, Mr. Nello. Related to this point, I'd like to take you to the statement from Zanele Buthelezi. If we can go to page 1439.
Yes, I've got, which page? 1439.
Page 1439. I just wanted to check where the statement starts. The statement, my lady, starts at page 1434.
Yes.
And my lady, I'd like to make specific reference to paragraph 20. 19
if you
and
can
20.
Try to read, but I see the statement is very long.
Just paragraphs 19 and 20. Have you found paragraphs 19?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
You can just read them first before the questions are posed to you.
I'm reading it.
Okay.
I have read paragraph 19.
Read also 20.
20, okay. Thank you, I've read it.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. Let's start at paragraph 19. You will see there that Ms. Buthelezi states that you and Dr. Lingwani would arrive in the morning and advise them that a particular number of users would be moved without telling them the admission criteria. Do you have a comment to that?
I see it in the statement, but I don't agree with it.
Ms. Sanelo, what information was then given to Life in regard to the admission criteria of the mental health care users that were going to be moved?
Yeah, as she has said, that we would sit with them and share the list which was given with, to us by the people identifying that Anani NGO is ready, and Anani is an NGO which admits female patients who are adults from this age to 18 to 59. So is that not a criteria? That's what we used to talk to do with them and tell them that if it's a male NGO, we give them exactly what type of patients are being admitted in that NGO. That's why they were able to compile a list and then state which NGO the patient is going.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. And then in relation to paragraph 20, in particular, the last sentence, Ms. Buthelezi states that at times you would judge the suitability of the mental health care users purely based on appearance without appreciating the mental state of the user. Do you have a comment about that?
I disagree. As I have stated before, that we don't know these patients, we haven't nursed the patients, so they would be the ones who are giving us feedback on the behavior or general behavior of the patient and whether the patient is prone to relapse or patient can be difficult to manage. So based on that, we would also look at the spreadsheet which was provided to us and see what is the recommendation of the whole team which was made by Dr. Dure, because apparently it was done by the whole team. And then we would say, but according to the list, this patient is supposed to go anywhere. And then we will, using our expertise, we would also recommend if a patient, we feel that based on what you are giving us, this patient, we don't think will be manageable in an NGO, then what about this patient going to a hospital?
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. If you scroll further down to paragraph 25, my lady, that's on page 1438.
Yes, I'm there.
Ms. Sanelo, could you please read paragraph 25?
Paragraph 30?
25. 25.
Yes, I've read it.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. You will see there, in particular, the third sentence that starts with the pace then started to increase significantly. Can you see that?
Yes.
There, Ms. Buthelezi states that they would prepare a particular number of MHCUs, and they would then be told that they were collecting an additional amount. So in this case, she says they prepared 20, but were then told that the NGO was collecting 50. And she further states that there was no time to then have the additional 30 mental health care users assessed by the multidisciplinary team. We would have to rush to prepare the MHCUs, including their records, medication, personal effects, and discharge summaries. Ms. Sanelo, do you have any comment towards this, and did you witness this?
Yes, I agree. There were times, especially with the Tsepong, it happened with Tsepong patients. And we were informed by Dr. Manamela that we prepared, if I remember well, we prepared 50 patients for Tsepong, and Tsepong came with a bus, and we were instructed to prepare another 35.
And in that
Just a second.
My apologies, my lady.
Continue.
Ms. Sanelo, and in that instance where this happens, what were some of the concerns with running the process like this?
Concerns from?
From your perspective as somebody who is overseeing or ensuring that aspects of the transfer process were happening appropriately.
I would comment to the person saying that we need to prepare more, they need to prepare more, that there is no time. I remember they came early and then they had to leave late because they had to wait for the patients to be prepared.
This NGO, are you referring to the NGOs?
Yes. Because the reason for them to say that for increasing the numbers was that they have come with a bus. They won't have another transport.
Ms. Sanelo, related to that, whose decision is it then to increase it on the spot in the manner that you just described, to increase the number of patients?
As I said, I was instructed. We were instructed because we prepared 50 for Tsepong, and then we were instructed that Dr. Manamela said we must make sure that Life Esidimeni prepares other 35.
So it's Dr. Manamela that instructed you to prepare the additional 35?
Yes.
And did you express any of the concerns around the haste at which you were required to prepare these users?
Come again?
Did you express any concerns to Dr. Manamela or anyone about the time frame that you were given to prepare the mental health care users?
As I said, we were always having meetings with Dr. Manamela. We would raise all our concerns. That is also one of the concerns, that we are not given enough time to ensure that this process is running smooth. And we are putting more burden on Life Esidimeni because Life Esidimeni are the ones who are preparing the patients. We are not preparing the patients.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. And Ms. Sanelo, perhaps then it's an opportune time to look at the movement to Tsepong, because you mentioned it in this example. Ms. Sanelo, could you please go to page 408? My lady, this is the statement from Rochelle Gordon. The statement starts at page 407.
Yes, I saw that.
Ms. Anello, I want us to specifically look at paragraph 6, and in particular, the movement to Tshepong Care Center. That's paragraph 6. Can you read the first 2 paragraphs there at, and just let us know once you're done?
Must I only read for Tshepong or must I continue with reading?
Just for Tshepong, Ms. Anello.
I have read it for Tshepong.
Just a second, please. Okay, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Anello, you will note there that it stated that on 12 May 2016, Tshepong Care Center received 152 patients from Waverley. Do you recall that?
No, I don't. It was less than 100. As I've mentioned, we prepared for 50 and they said you must add. And at the end of the day, they left with 85 patients.
How many? 85?
85 on that day. Because I started on the 11th, so that was my second day at Waverley.
Thank you, Ms. Anello. The only question I have in this regard is that was it also possible and effective to move that many patients in one day?
What is many? Are you referring to 85 or 152 as it's written here?
My lady, initially I was referring to 152 as it's written and recorded. However,
Yes.
given that the witness is saying that 85 were moved, I've adapted the question to ask whether the 85, was it possible to move them in a proper way?
Yes, I also raised the same concerns that these numbers are too much to be managed. And Tshepong came with their professional staff. They came with 2 professional nurses, 2 as enrolled nurses, and a couple of care workers. And they said they will manage all these patients. They are the ones who are going to be escorting them.
Who said that?
The Tshepong manager, Ms. Murade. He came with a professional staff.
How many?
He came with 2 professional nurses, that is registered nurses, 2 staff nurses, that is enrolled nurses, and about 6 or 7 care workers. They said they are the ones who are going to escort them. They will be with them in the bus. And they are the ones who actually took over from Waverley and did physical examinations, checking whether these patients are satisfactory physically. They are the ones who checked. With the Waverley staff who were nursing these patients.
Thank you, Ms. Anello. My lady, just 1 second. I just want to check a quick reference before directing the witness. Thank you for the indulgence, my lady. Ms. Anello, if we could just move to paragraph 663, page 663, paragraph 6 of your statement G1.
Paragraph 6.
Yes, and that's page 663.
Yeah. Paragraph?
Paragraph 6.
Yes, ma'am. 6.
Ms. Anello, I'll just give you an opportunity to have a look at paragraph 6.
The one which starts on the 2016.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is after the placements.
Is it paragraph 6 only?
Just paragraph 6 for now.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Ms. Anello, the first question is related to the audits that were conducted after the placements. So you'll note that in the statement you say that the audit tool was not utilized. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was then used in the stead of the audit tool? Or how were you able to then assess, and what were you assessing, and against which, what would you be measuring the facilities?
We had, in the report which we wrote, we had headings, and I've attached that report. Not sure whether there were headings. We're looking at the environment, looking at the patient care, which includes also their nutrition and everything. And we're looking at the suitability and the personal hygiene of the patient, and even the license. We looked whether do they have a license to be there.
Thank you. And Ms. Sanello, you then say that when you visited Precious Angels, you found that the facility was not suitable to human habitation. And that you contacted Dr. Manamela, highlighting the challenges and also requesting that the facility be closed as a matter of urgency. Can you tell the court what some of these challenges were?
Yeah, it was a small house, and the patients were 18 in that house. It was basically a 4-roomed house, and the patients were sleeping in, adults sleeping in cots. So that place was not actually suitable to be a place for mentally ill patients. And there were stairs and everything. It was really not safe for the patients. And it was not well kept.
When you say well kept, Ms. Sanello, what do you mean?
It was not clean. It
was
totally
not clean.
And even the staffing which was there were only 3 care workers who were found just standing there.
And in your opinion, can 3 workers, as you describe them, take care of 18 patients?
No, they were not adequate.
And what about the food? Did you observe at the facility?
As in one of my statements, I stated that we were even worried about whether are they getting food or not, because when we looked at the fridge, there were only 2 cabbages in the fridge. But when we inquired about the food, whether did they have breakfast, because we were there after breakfast, and they said no, they had breakfast and they are going to have lunch, and we said how, and they said there is a daycare which is owned by the mother of the owner. And they are the ones who are delivering food. It's nearby. So they are the ones who are going to come and deliver the food for them. That's the explanation we got.
And was this found to be acceptable?
We queried it because it's supposed to be inside. They're supposed to get fed within that premises, but within the premises. But even the kitchen was not adequate to cater for 18 patients.
And then in relation to rehabilitation?
There was no space for rehabilitation. As I said, they were in cot beds. They were in bed, all of them. There was no space where you can see that they can be rehabilitated in. So we also, in that report, we have specified that there was no place for rehabilitation. That's why we recommended that this place is not good. It has to be closed down immediately and patients be removed.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. And you testified that you expressed these concerns to Dr. Manamela?
The same day I phoned her because I felt going to the office on Monday will be late. I phoned her.
And the conversation that you had with Dr. Manamela, what was her response to the various concerns that you had raised with her?
He said, okay, fine, we will send other people to verify and then they will see what they can do, because especially those who have identified the NGO, they have to ensure that these are corrected.
And Ms. Sanelo, are you aware of then what ultimately the steps that were taken in response to these concerns were?
I understand that Hannah and Franz were sent there, and I'm not sure because that facility continued to operate. So apparently they are the ones who have made put measures in place on how to do that, and they have changed their cot beds into beds. They've put measures in place afterwards, because I understand the MEC went afterwards to Precious Angels, and it was found to be in a satisfactory condition. And there were staff, there was even a registered nurse when the MEC went, but I was not in there.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. Then, Ms. Sanelo, I'd like us to then move to the adoption of NGOs that you talk about at paragraph 8 of the same statement. So that's page 664.
Yes, I found it.
Ms. Sanelo, there, why did you have to adopt the NGOs?
That is a strategy which came up with Dr. Manamela, that for us to be able to support these NGOs after placement, we have to adopt. That's the name he gave it to. He gave it as an adopted NGO. She came up with that name.
And then what did this process of adoption entail? What were you required to do, or what is the support you were required to give the NGO?
We were actually given a list of what we were supposed to do. I think I have attached it and ensure that the NGOs, they've got their policy guidelines in place, and to see whether do they have, according to our audit tool, whether do they comply. Because as a result, when I went there for the first time, I used the audit tool and I have submitted the reports on all the audits which were done.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. I'd like to move on to G2, which is the second statement that was read onto the record.
That is?
Page
A page, it's the statement starts on page 503.
503.
503, G2.
Of G2, yes, my lady.
I've got it.
Ms. Anela, at paragraph 3, but towards the end of the paragraph, so on the following page, on page 505.
Just a second for me.
Page 505.
Yes.
Fine, my case line is slow, opening very slow. Which paragraphs, ma'am?
Paragraph 3, my lady, but the second part of paragraph 3, which starts on the following page, page 505.
Okay. Paragraph 3 starts from 504.
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
I'm only interested in the last part of that paragraph, which is about the licensing of the NGOs.
Okay.
Ms.
Where
Anela,
about? I'm on the page.
it's at the very end, the very last sentence.
If you can refer us to the line.
The line starts
The very
with,
last sentence.
before patients were discharged, we were informed that the NGOs were licensed and ready. We were not responsible for licensing.
Okay.
Ms. Anelo, who was responsible for licensing?
Person responsible is the overall person responsible for NGOs, which was Hannah Jacobus.
Thank you, Ms. Anelo. I'd like to then move on to paragraph 4 on the same page. If you can have a look at paragraph 4, just that page, not the rest of paragraph 4, which continues on 506. Just the first part of the paragraph.
This is now paragraph 4.
Yes, dealing specifically with the visit to Ribafeni.
I have read it.
Thank you, Ms. Sanello. Ms. Sanello, you state there that you visited Ribafeni, and you mentioned there that the house was not capacitated and was also not compliant. Can you explain to the court what you meant by this?
By not capacitated, I was referring to the staff. There was not enough staff.
You were referring to?
To the staff. There was not adequate staff.
Or there were stairs?
Staff.
Staff. So there was not enough
staff. Okay, staff component.
Yes.
And then when you say they were not compliant?
By compliant, I'm not sure what I referred to, but when we are using our audit tool, we look at whether they are, like I've mentioned, that the patients were nursed in a double story, which is actually not recommended for psychiatric patients.
Oh, so the infrastructure was not suitable.
Yes.
And were there any findings in relation to patient care?
Yes, patient care. Patients were loitering. There was no programs in place to occupy the patients. They were not kept occupied. The only thing they had, they had enough food for the patients, but when it comes to recreation of the patients, there was nothing.
So they had enough food?
Yes, food was adequate.
So your problem here was the patient's care?
Yeah, especially with the rehabilitation. Isn't it that they're supposed to go to NGOs for care, treatment, and rehabilitation? They don't have to be just left not do something during the day.
And these concerns that were related to the insufficiency of the staff, the lack of rehabilitative services, the lack of patient care, were these communicated to Dr. Manamela?
Yes. After we visit, we do write a report and we give it to Dr. Manamela. And we also talk about these problems in our Monday morning meetings.
And what was Dr. Manamela's response to these concerns related to Rabafeni?
That's why this thing of adoption of NGO was also initiated, that whenever there are problems, the person who's adopting that NGO has to ensure that he helps and that these people, they have to actually look at the gaps and rectify their mistakes.
Thank you.
But is that how she responded to your complaints?
Yes, she said, remember I said even patients have been placed, all the problems, that's why we have to go and find out what the problems are so that they can be rectified. Okay. That is also a strategy to rectify any mistakes by us going and visiting patients.
Okay. Ms. Paul?
Thank you, my lady. And during the visit, did you also make sure that the Rabafeni was qualified to take mental health care users?
They had a license which was given to them.
Thank you, Ms. Anello. And then, Ms. Anello, in relation to your care, I'd first want us to go to page 12957.
Sorry, Ms. Toy, which page, what number page is it?
Page 1295. My apologies. The statement starts at 12956. That is the statement of Nhlanhla Sono. And Ms. Sanello, if we can go to paragraph 7, which is on page 12957. can you please read paragraph 7?
I've read it, my honor.
Just a second. Okay, proceed.
Mr. Nello, Dr. Talatala is going to testify that Mr. Moharani, who's mentioned, Christopher Koketso Moharani, mentioned in paragraph 7, died after falling in a bathroom alone, and this is indicative of the insufficiency of the care at Ribafeni. Now, in line with your findings, do you have any comment to this?
As I've indicated that there was not adequate staff, meaning that even at night when this patient fell, there was no person who was not supervised. And as I've also mentioned, we were concerned about the double-story house. This could have happened.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. That's all in relation to the statement. Ms. Sanelo, if we could return to G2, page 507. In particular, paragraph 6.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 6. I'll give you a moment to just read through that paragraph.
My lady, my apologies to interrupt. I think I got the wrong page number. Can Ms. Puer perhaps just repeat the page number?
Okay, no, the statement starts from page 503, and she has just referred the witness to page 507.
Thank you, my lady.
I've read paragraph 6.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. I no longer see her ladyship on my screen. Oh, there.
No, I'm there.
Ms. Sanelo, at the beginning of this paragraph, you talk about knowing some of the research conducted around deinstitutionalization. In relation to this, you are aware that deinstitutionalization requires community services and NGOs to be upscaled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, did the Department of Health work on developing community health care before the project began in order to upscale it?
As I said, this was one of my concerns, that our communities are not upscaled yet. So that's why we as a team, we were recommending that, why don't we stick to our strategic plan and follow the 5-year term of transfer of ensuring that patients are out from life Esidimeni. That's what we recommended, so that they can upscale the community services first.
And what was the response to that suggestion?
As I've indicated, that Dr. Manamela was just saying that it is a mandate from the MEC, and we have been given the dates, and we have to honor the dates.
And to your knowledge, Ms. Senelo, were there enough NGOs to absorb all of the mental health care users that were going to be moved?
They were not adequate. There were not enough NGOs, according to my knowledge. That's why most of the NGOs were new NGOs, because ultimately, first, Dr. Manamela has requested the old NGOs who are having our mental health care users to expand. But unfortunately, they couldn't, some of them, they could not expand. And then that's why they brought in the new NGOs.
And the new NGOs, to your knowledge, were they capable of properly taking care of the mental health care users?
I wouldn't know what their capability is, because I did not even identify them. The only time I knew about the new NGOs is when they came to our offices, that there are people who are prepared to open NGOs, and they are coming to present their NGOs, give us the overview of the NGOs, even the staffing. And most of the NGOs who presented, they presented that they've got adequate staff, and they even presented that they've got programs in place.
And the presentations by the NGOs would have had to then be verified by Jacobus and Tobani.
Yes.
And then, Ms. Senelo, I'd like for us to move on to the latter part of that paragraph 6, where you say, I think it's the last 2 sentences. It starts with, Dr. Manamela was always domineering and did not want to listen to us. Can you see that?
I can see that.
In what sense did you feel that this was the case? How did Dr. Manamela manifest her domineering character?
Yes, she was instructing us. And it was difficult for us to object on anything, because we had to follow instructions all the time.
And later in that same paragraph, you then say, we asked her that the money that was spent on Life Esidimeni should follow the patient, and I personally wrote a motivation letter to the Chief Financial Officer for her signature, requesting for startup funds for new NGOs with motivation, but letter was never signed. The first part of it is, Ms. Senelo, why did you think that this motivation was necessary?
Okay, as the new NGOs, remember I have worked in this directorate for some time before Dr. Manamela. And when a new NGO comes in, they were given first a start-up funds to ensure at least that they can be sustainable for a few months. Start-up funds. And then I suggested that what about us also doing the same and give, since they are new NGOs, why can't we give them start-up funds? That's how I came up with this motivation.
Thank you. And Ms. Senelo, you say that the letter was never signed. Do you know where the letter is?
I'm not sure whether
or whatever happened with the letter.
I submitted the letter, but I had a copy for myself. I submitted it to Dr. Manamela. Isn't it that when it comes, it goes out of the office, my immediate supervisor has to support it, and before it goes to the chief financial officer. So I'm not sure what happened to the letter. That's why I said maybe there was never signed, because there was no mention of the letter afterwards.
Ms. Anel, did you follow up with Dr. Manamela about the letter?
And before, we did always talk about it, but I never asked exactly where the letter is, because we were then allocated to Life Esidimeni to go and work at Waverley, so I was only coming to the office on Mondays.
Thank you, Ms. Anelo. Ms. Anelo, I'd like to ask you about when you found out about the deaths that were then starting to occur in the NGOs. Do you recall that period?
I only heard of deaths in a meeting, which we went after placement. We went to a meeting with the NGOs in was it? I think it was Vescopis. So where the NGOs came and they were supposed to give feedback on what's happening. And then this lady from Precious Angels, what is her name again? I forgot her name. From Precious Angels.
Miss Ngube.
Excuse me?
Miss Ngube.
Yes, Miss Ngube reported that there was a death and she's trying to find relatives of this person and he's going to give a proper funeral. And then I was surprised and I asked, what is the name of the patient? Because I used to know some of the patients and he mentioned the name of the patient. I said, but I know that patient. The patient has got relatives in Soweto and we try to make means that the relatives are being located. That's the first time I heard about the deaths.
And at that stage, was it just the one death that was being reported?
According to me, it was the only one, but I understand there were some deaths in other places. But that was the one I knew.
And then, Ms. Anelo, when you found out about the other deaths that were occurring in the NGOs, what did you think about this? Because of your involvement, for example, with also auditing the NGOs after the placement and seeing the facilities?
I was also devastated with what could be the cause of the deaths. So they were being investigated. So I was just amazed. Why should people die after they've been transferred?
And in your experience, had you seen anything like this?
About deaths, people dying?
Particularly at the large amounts that were seen in this particular project.
I wouldn't comment about it. I haven't seen it before. I have never been involved in any other project where people died.
And Ms. Sinello, what did you testified about the timeframes and some of them being short and being given very short notice during the placement program of it. What did you think that the timeframes had any effect on what was happening, the resultant effect of people dying?
I wouldn't say the time frame, because when we transferred, especially from Waverley, patients were checked by both the staff from Waverley and from the NGO was receiving together, and they said they were in satisfactory condition. So I wouldn't really say it would be the limited. I'm not sure what could be the cause of the death.
And would the findings that you saw when you visited the NGOs, including the lack of skilled staff, the problems around supervision and patient care, do you think any of that contributed?
I wouldn't really know. Maybe there are many factors which could have contributed to that. I wouldn't really know. Like the one who fell from Ribafeni, there should be other things. Maybe there was no close supervision. I would just be making assumptions. I wouldn't know exactly what's happening, what happened in the NGOs.
Thank you, Ms. Sanello. Ms. Sanello, I'd like to go back a little bit to your site visit to Ribafeni. In particular, I'd want to refer you to page 392.
Okay, I'm searching.
Page
392.
392.
Yes.
That is the statement of Disetso Malebe. And in particular at page, my apologies, my case lines is a little slow. Page 395. My apologies, my lady. I'm just waiting for the page to load. In particular, paragraph 11. If you can just read paragraph 11.
I've read it.
Thank you, Ms. Sanello. Having conducted a site visit to Ribafeni and noting what Disetso Maleba says about the conditions and Ribafeni's ability to take care of patients, and in even characterizing it as putting the patients' lives in danger. Do you have a comment to that?
Exam also attested to this. When I went for the site visit, that Ribafeni was not compliant and patients were at risk because it was a double story and there was no adequate staff. I think I would agree with this. Yeah?
And then just to also confirm, he further says that Ribafeni did not have recreational facilities for the users. Do you agree with that as well?
Yes, I've also indicated that. Remember, I said patients were loitering. They were net, there was no program for them. I agree with that.
And then if you look at paragraph 12 as well, Ms. Sanello, maybe let me give you an opportunity to just read paragraph 12.
Paragraph 12 is a short paragraph.
Yes, Ms. Sanelo.
I've read it.
Ms. Sanelo, you will note the last sentence. Mr. Maleba says, I also admit that due to the fact that Ribafeni staff had no experience to deal with mental health care patients, their lives were put in danger. You testified earlier that there was a problem with the capacity, the number of staff. Did you also recognize that there was a problem with the experience that the staff that was there had in dealing with mental health care patients?
Yes, I've also indicated that because there were the professional nurses. There was an enrolled nurse who didn't come on daily basis. He was coming on certain days. So he was not even there at night. So I would agree that they were not capacitated to look after the mental health care users.
Thank you, Ms. Sanelo. My lady, just a moment so that I can confer with my team, just to check if I've missed anything.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. That concludes our cross-examination for this witness.
Thank you very much. Who is next?
My lady, I think it is me that's next.
Are you there? Okay.
My lady, my cross-examination will not be concluded before 4 o'clock. Will the court suggest that we rather proceed tomorrow with my cross-examination and then I start tomorrow and finish? Or
why don't you don't want to start now
I don't have a problem to do that, my lady. I just
no, but it's up to you. Are you ready to start now, or
I am ready to start.
Or you don't want?
But I'm not going to finish.
We have about 40 minutes. I mean, we can use that.
It's 20 minutes, my lady.
Yes, 20 minutes. Oh.
Yeah, it's 19 minutes to.
Ms. Mbowen, let me hear Ms. Mbowen.
My lady, the witness has just requested if she can have a comfort break, please. And I see there's 15 minutes left.
Oh, okay. Maybe then about 20 minutes. You want a comfort break? Okay. Is it not the opportune time then for us to break and then we'll start tomorrow morning?
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Mr. Nello, we're going to adjourn and we'll resume tomorrow morning. I just want to remind you, where is she now? Mr. Nello?
I'm here, Judge.
Okay. I just want to remind you that you're still under oath and we will continue tomorrow. You need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you finish testifying. Thank you very much. The court will then take an adjournment now and then we'll resume tomorrow morning. Yes, Ms. Kasim?
Sorry to interrupt, my lady.
I wanted to release the witness because they said she wanted a comfort break. Maybe she can take the break in the meantime while we discuss the other issues. Okay, thank you very much. You are excused for now, Ms. Snello. Yes, continue, ma'am.
Sorry, my lady. It's just two very brief points. Can our colleagues please respond to the emails from my attorney requesting information regarding seniority? There are just a few outstanding details that we need to make sure we get the list in the proper sequence. Once we have that, we will provide the list to your ladyship.
Okay, thank you very much.
My lady, the second.
I hope you all hear what Ms. Karim is saying. Yes, continue the second part.
It's Ms. Hassan, my lady.
Why do I keep on saying Ms. Hassan? Yes.
Thank you, my lady. The second is, my lady, if I could just confirm from Mr.
Can
Lake.
I ask Ms. Makaya to just please, you are disturbing me, Mr. Makanya. Did you raise your hand? Yes, let me finish with Ms. Hasim and then, yes, continue.
My lady, I just wanted to inquire from Mr. Late as to the next witness who will be coming after Ms. Sanello, because there's been a change in the order. And I'm not sure
Late is not here. Maybe Ms. Marriott will clarify us. Ms. Marriott, would you clarify us as to who's going to follow Ms. Sanello?
Thank you, my lady. I've spoken to Advocate Late. He said that the next witness will be arranged is Hannah Hendrika Jacobus.
Will be the one who will be following Ms. Sanello?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you very much.
Client.
Okay, thank you.
My lady, as pleases the court.
Thank you. Mr. Makani?
As the court, please, my lady. I just wanted to ask something here. As far as the question of seniority is concerned, I see from the email that was forwarded by my learned sister, Advocate Munjele, that it speaks about the date of being called at the bar. Shouldn't it then be, because I understand there are some that are not members of the GCB and stuff, shouldn't it then be on date of admission for us to
Those
follow
are
the
the
right?
things that you yourself can sort out among yourself. I don't think I should be involved there. You know yourself. Miss Kasim?
To let Miss Kasim aware about it, to say the way it is in which it's structured, it might seem to exclude others from commenting.
Miss Hasim? My lady, I will follow up with my attorney in relation to this, but the list was sent to all of my colleagues in this matter. So nobody was excluded from giving an indication as to where they fall on the list. And it's really for my colleagues to say where they think they fall on the list in the order of sequence.
Ms. Makani, does that clarify you? You are on mute.
I think my learned friend didn't hear what I said. What I said was simply that it says, when were you called at the bar? So what I'm saying is, shouldn't it then say, when were you admitted as an advocate, alternatively as a senior counsel, when were you appointed as a senior counsel, rather than referring to the question of bar? That's all I indicated, my lady.
Ms. Hasim?
Sorry, my lady, again, if my learned friend could just let us know what was the date of admission, then we can use that date if he's not a member of the bar. Thank you, my lady.
All right, that clears.
For those who are not members of the bar, they've had that, then they will have to use the what do you call it, the date of their admission as the copy.
There's another hand there. Is it, who's that? Was it Mr. Makani?
My lady, I've lowered my hand.
Okay, so the proceedings for today are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
It is court.
May it please the court, my lady.
As it pleases you, lady.
As a court, please.